That's all 자, 8시 반부터 개장 브리핑 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 8시 반부터 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 후 8시 반부터 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 8시 반부터 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 7분 뒤 대장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 6분 뒤 대장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 브리핑 이후에는 나스닥 정규 트레이닝 일정 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 후 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일은 큰 실적 발표나 이벤트가 없는 관계로 금주 중요 이슈 시장 키포인트 말씀드리면서 트레이딩 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 모두들 안녕하세요. 8월 둘째 주 첫 거래일 월요일입니다. 자, 우선적으로 금일 확인되는 중요 지표는 없습니다. 다만 화요일 CPI 발표 예정돼 있고요. 잠시만요. 자, 목요일 PPI 외 주간 실업수당 청구 건수, 그리고 소매 판매, 산업 생산, 미시간대 소비자 심리지수 등 다수의 경제 지표가 발표 예정입니다. 자, 최근 무역 관세 리스크와 중국과의 협상 기한도 임박을 했는데요. 8월 12일은 미국과 중국 간의 무역 수정 협상 연장 여부 일정이 불발될 경우 관세 확대 가능성이 있으며 이는 글로벌 성장에 부담될 수 있다고 판단이 됩니다. 이번 주는 또 기업의 실적 발표, 금일은 베릭 마이닝, 프랑코 네바다, 먼데이닷컴, 로이반트 사이언스, 레전드 바이오텍, 텔레폰 앤 데이터 시스템즈, 럼블, 돌, 그 외 세바, AAON 등이 있습니다. 자, 수요일, 목요일, 금요일 발표될 주요 기업들의 실적들도 시장을 주도할 것이라 예상이 되고요. 물가 흐름에 대한 연준의 인식, 아틀란틱 연준 총재 보스틱은 노동시장 리스크 확대를 우려하여 금리 인하는 신중하게 올 1회 예상한다고 밝혔습니다. 자, 그리고 지정학적 관세 이슈 추가 압박 가능성이 있고요. 트럼프 대통령은 제약, 반도체 등 분야에서 새로운 관세를 준비 중이며 특히 제약의 최대 250%의 관세를 계획하고 있고, 반도체 발표도 8월 7일 부과된 상호관세 이후 추가 타깃에 시장의 긴장이 지속되고 있습니다. 전반적인 시장의 심리는 8월은 전반적으로 변동성이 높으며 관세 리스크, 물가, 실적 지표, 연준의 힌트가 겹쳐지면서 투자 심리 불안정, 고평가 우려도 여전하게 지속되고 있습니다. 자, 8월 5일 발표된 ISM 서비스 PMI 둔화 신호, 트레이딩 전략 재정비 필요하고요. 그리고 우주 관련 이슈 등이 개별 종목의 중심에 시장을 움직이고 있습니다. 자, 요약하자면 이번 주는 물가, 실적, 정책에 맞물려 시장의 방향성이 결정될 수 있는 아주 중요한 분기점입니다. 해당 부분 참고하셔서 유연하게 시장 대응하시길 바라며 추가적으로 나온 뉴스는 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현지 시간 기준 금일 오전 10시 트럼프 대통령 기자회견 확인되는 일정 하나 있습니다. 자, 법안 서명 관련으로 기자회견 오전 10시 확인되는 거 하나 있습니다. 현재 확인되는 뉴스 기사는 일정은 오전 10시 트럼프 대통령 기자회견 확인되고 있고요. 자, 현재 확인되는 주요 일정은 확인되고 있지 않습니다. 자, 9시부터 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 놓친 뉴스 있는지 확인 후 브리핑 해드리고 9시부터 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, CNBC에서 나온 기사인데요. 미중 휴전 현장이 불확실해서 현재 양국 간 긴장이 다시 고조되고 있다고 나온 기사가 하나 있습니다. 해당 기사는 시장에 좀 불안정한 움직임을 보여줄 수 있다고 판단이 되고요. 그리고 인텔 관련해서 트럼프 대통령이 인텔 CEO 리프탄에 대해서 사임을 요청했는데 인텔 CEO가 금일, 월요일 백악관 방문 예정이라고 합니다. 골드만삭스에서 이제 관세 관련으로 미국 소비자가 관세를 떠안을 것이라는 기사를 내놨는데요. 골드만삭스는 트럼프 대통령과 관세가 소비자 물가에 미치는 영향이 이제 막 시작하는 분석을 내놓았습니다. 지금까지 미국 기업이 관세 부담이 약 64%를 흡수했고 소비자 부담은 22%였으나 앞으로 소비자 부담이 67%까지 늘고 기업 부담은 10% 미만으로 줄어들 것이라고 예상한다고 하네요. 자, 이로 인해서 이제 인플레이션 가속화되어서 연준이 주시하는 PC 물가지수가 올해 12월에는 3.2%까지 오를 것으로 전망하고 있다고 합니다. 그리고 SK 하이닉스 관련으로 AI 수요 강세에 힘입어 고대역폭 메모리 HBM 시장이 2030년까지 연간 약 30%씩 성장할 것으로 전망하고 있다고 시사하는 기사가 있네요. 자, 금일은 기업 실적 그리고 무역 관세 리스크, 연준의 분위기, 트럼프 대통령의 기자회견, 등이 시장에 변동성을 줄 만한 큰 이벤트라고 확인이 되고요. 이외에는 큰 이벤트는 확인되고 있지 않습니다. 자, 1차 진입표 대기하면서 시장 상황 분석해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1차 진입표 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
One love, y'all, because we're together. United, baby. Under one roof. Come on. In a house of sounds. It's one love, y'all. Forever and ever. We are free. We are love. We're round. We're skinny. We're big. We're small. But we have love in our heart. And we want you in as long as you bring the love.
네, 그리고 주말 중에 나온 뉴스인데요. 트럼프 러시아 종전을 위해서 일부 영토 교환이 있을 것이라고 말한 사실도 있습니다.
small, but we have love in our heart, and we want you in as long as you bring the love.
그리고 놓친 뉴스를 확인해 보겠습니다. 놓친 뉴스 한번 확인하고 가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 연준의 공석 CA 위원장 스티브 미란이 임시로 지명이 되었고요. 스틀러 이사의 임기 동안은 스티브 미란이 연준의 공석을 지킬 것으로 확인이 됩니다. 그리고 이제 내년 파월 의장의 후임으로 월러 이사가 유력 후보로 부상하고 있다고 합니다. 이외에는 이제 행정명령 401K 투쟁연금의 사모펀드 투자 허용하는 거 행정명령 소망한 게 있고요. 이외에는 이제 개인 기업들의 주사들 확인이 되고, 뉴욕연은 7월 소비자 구매 결과 향후 1년 기대 인플레이션이 3.1% 소폭 상승한 것이 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 소비자들은 고용시장 전망에 대해서 긍정적으로 답했지만 자발적 이직 의사가 높아짐, 그리고 한편 가계 대정에 대한 미래 전망은 개선되었으나 대출 연체율이 증가하고 있고 신용 접근이 어려워지는 현상도 나타나고 있습니다. 그리고 오픈AI에서 새로운 주력 모델인 GPT-5를 출시했습니다. 지난주 금요일 장마감 이후 트럼프 대통령 기자 인터뷰에서 푸틴이 나를 만나기 전에 젤렌스키를 먼저 만날 필요는 없다. 평화 협상 마감 시한은 푸틴에게 달려있다. 인도 관세 문제는 문제가 해결될 때까지는 대화가 없을 것이다 라고 말하는 게 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 최근 기술주들의 호실적으로 나스닥의 상승 열기가 이루어지고 있는데요. 금일의 시장은 어디로 갈지 분석을 하고 사인해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 8월 2주차 첫 거래일 월요일 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 21시 현 시간에 갑자기 나스닥 급등 보여주고 있는데요. 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt the glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven, it found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me.
자, 계약수는 이전과 동일하게 5계약 운영하도록 하겠습니다. 계약수는 운영하시는 사용에 맞게 조절하시면 되고요. 마이크로 및 일반 종목 운영하시는 예탁금에 맞게 트레이딩 참여하시길 바라겠습니다.
I heard the heavens crying above me. The gain's an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me for. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone.
자, 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 해당 진입권 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 5계약 진입해보도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 751.75, 751.25. 각당 매도 계약입니다. 자, 깃발 패턴 이후에 1차 상승 나와줬고요. 이후 일시적인 조정 충분히 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 매도 진입 사인드렸습니다. 지켜보고 짧게 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 후 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 수익 청산입니다. 자, 2차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 2차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 오전에 예정되어 있던, 장 시작 전 예정되어 있던 주요 기업들의 실적 발표. 자, 주요 기업들의 실적 발표. 자, 메릭 마이닝부터 보도록 하겠습니다. 주당 순이익은 예측치와 동일했고요. 매출은 0.44% 하회했습니다. 프랑코 네바다 주당 순이익은 예상치보다 11.7% 상회했고요. 매출은 예상치보다 0.66% 하회했습니다. 그리고 원데이컴은 주당 순이익, 매출 모두 상회했고요. 주당 순이익은 87.9%, 매출은 1.91% 상승했습니다. 자, 로이반트 사이언스 주당 순이익은 예측치보다는 상향했고요. 매출은 예측보다 69.8% 하회했습니다. 자, 레전드 바이오텍 주당 순이익은 예측치보다 61.9% 하향했고요. 매출은 예상치보다 12.1% 상향했습니다. AAON 주당 순이익은 31.3% 하회했고요. 매출 또한 4.95% 하회했습니다. 럼블은 주당 순이익은 예상치보다 약 50% 하회했고요. 매출은 예상치보다 6.43% 하회했습니다. 자, 텔레폰 앤 데이터 시스템 주당 순이익이 예측치보다 약 400% 하회했고요. 매출은 예상치보다 1.44% 상회했습니다. 그리고 돌은 예상치보다 주당 순이익은 17% 상회했고요. 매출은 예상치보다 10% 상회했습니다. 자, 케이브는 주당 순이익은 예상치보다 40% 상회, 매출은 1.59% 상회했습니다. 자, 금일은 호실적이라고 말하기는 좀 애매하고요. 좋지 않게 발표된 기업이 좀 있다 보니까 금일은 실적 좋다고 판단하기 어려울 것 같습니다. 장 종료 후에는 플러그 파워, GVO, 플루언스 에너지, 아치항공, 빅베어 AI, AMC, ST, 스페이스 모바일, 오클로 등의 실적 발표가 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 이어서 2차 진입뷰 대기해 보도록 하겠습니다. 2차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다. 금일은 애플의 배당락도 예정이 되어 있습니다. 자, 2차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 2차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다. 자, 여기서 기존과 동일하게 계약수는 5계약 매수 진입해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매수 진입입니다. 5계약 매수 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 진입가 745.25입니다. 23745.25. 자, 매수입니다. 매수 5계약 745.25. 자, 계약수가 있다 보니 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 고점까지도 충분히 갈 수 있다고 판단이 되고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 중요 지지가 있어서 여기 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 중요 지지, 중요 지지 이탈 여부 체크 후에 사인되도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이번 캔들까지 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
It's more frozen than it is weak.
Yeah, I think it's partially frozen and partially just some funky labor supply issues that are playing out. You're starting to see, lower demand in certain areas, but I think that might be just a function of the economic environment that happened in the past couple months as well. Looking forward, companies might start to realize that the backdrop is looking a little bit better than what they thought, and they might start to proceed with their hiring plans, which might mean the pace of hiring in the next couple months might be a little bit better than expected.
If the pace of hiring does get better, does the Fed then have more of a bias towards anchoring inflation?
Yes, I think that's fair. The September FOMC is tough because we're just coming off the bad revisions. They only get one more labor market data. But I think there's a decent chance that they end up potentially cutting in September and then it being forced to
실시간
sort of stay on hold for a little while
조금 더
because the
지켜보고
inflation data will start picking up
나오도록
and that will
하겠습니다.
really challenge the backdrop for them.
What do you think this Fed's going to look like in 2026? Is any of this relevant? How big a change are we going to see to that committee?
I think it'll be at the margin. We'll have someone a little bit more dovish at the top. But I think what we're starting to see with the list that has been percolating is they're looking for a more establishment type of chair, it seems. They're leaning in that direction. Certainly Besson seems to be pushing for that because that's better for markets. Perhaps he's getting the message across that that's probably the better outcome for markets. I think what we'll see is a couple of additional more dovish members. It doesn't change the median that much, perhaps maybe one or two more cuts than would otherwise be the case.
What's priced for 26 relative to what's the median dot at the moment? What's priced for 26 at the moment? How aggressive are investors relative to what you're expecting too?
Yeah, I think investors are expecting 5 cuts maybe for the next couple of prints, and I think when we're talking to people, when I'm talking to clients, they seem to be a lot more worried about the labor backdrop than would otherwise be the case. So, yeah, maybe some mixed sort of readings out there, but when you're talking to actual investors, the last payroll print really jarred them, and they're wondering whether we've rewritten history and there's actually the significant unraveling of the labor market.
Are they just not convinced by the supply side story?
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. And people weren't necessarily paying attention to this whole immigration story for quite some time. The focus had been on deportations, which is a sideshow to some extent, because deportations is not really what's going on here. It is the expiration of visas of people who are here legally, and now the administration has terminated those programs. So the parole programs in particular, that's about 1.5 million people whose visas are going to be expired in the next year.
And what industries are those people in?
A lot of it's blue collar type industries,
자, 현재 매수
construction,
5개야
retail
실시간 대응 중에
hospitality,
있습니다.
meatpacking is another big
보겠습니다.
one. So these are the areas that we should start to see some tightening in the labor market, which is perhaps one reason that we're starting to see a little bit of wage pressure. And this has been our call that we'll see a very low, steady state pace of hiring, unemployment that's kind of steady, and then wage pressures start to build, at least at the margin.
So you can see a situation where payroll growth steps down, but slack doesn't increase, because that's a really important distinction.
Yes, exactly. And that's kind of what we're looking at, because there's a real tightening in labor supply. Yeah, slight slowing in demand, but perhaps not massively so. And this is kind of the backdrop that we're living with, and it's hard for the market to digest that. And I think that's what we're sort of facing in the next couple weeks. Might be challenging for equities in the next couple of weeks as we digest some of the stronger inflation prints at the same time. But net, the economy is fine, and we're going to be running it in a place where growth is potentially inflecting a little bit higher. At the same time, inflation is also as well.
Stephanie, it's good to see you. As always, thanks for dropping by. Stephanie Roth there of Wolf Research with an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. Let's cross back over to Yahara Anand for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Colombian presidential hopeful Miguel Uribe, who had warned that the nation was slipping back into its violent past, has died. Uribe's wife confirmed his death 2 months after he was gunned down while campaigning in Bogota. Uribe had been hospitalized in critical condition and underwent several neurosurgeries. Meanwhile, President Trump hopes that China will quadruple its soybean orders just a day before the trade truce between the two countries expires. The soybean push comes as U.S. farmers are just weeks away from their next harvest. As of late July, U.S. government data showed China has refrained from booking any cargoes for the upcoming season as trade tensions linger. And Micron shares are rising 5% in the pre-market. The company boosted its fourth quarter revenue and earnings outlook, citing improved pricing. Micron has been one of the best performing chip stocks this year, up more than 40%, but it disappointed investors back in June with an outlook that fell short of lofty expectations. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Up next on the programme, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus, we'll catch up with the Flexport CEO, Ryan Pedersen, on how supply chains are managing a brand new trading landscape. Live from New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
자, 이번 캔들이 현재 주식권에 적응이 돼야 될 것 같습니다. 이 다 이후에
For over a decade, Bigrim has stood with Thailand in its mission to save the tigers.
728 뚫는지 체크 후에 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
AI is definitely in the center of it, and we're looking for how do we spend time and which industries do you invest in. Investors becoming more and more digital or AI enabled that actually adds value to economic growth. And this, we think, could be time because you have a strong hardware power and you have a strong software power as we see, and it's accelerating significantly. But a very important another element, which is changes in demographics. More AI-enabled softwares and applications may improve the people's lives and actually increase productivity in times where demographics are decreasing everywhere around the world. So this, I would say, is a major theme. So digitalization and AI-related technologies, and we think of it technology, but in reality, a lot of the businesses coming up and claiming to be technologies that are actually cannibalizing a lot of traditional businesses.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
I think we need to see what things look like as we get into September. And if the CPI and PCE are reasonably well restrained and the labor market looks weak, then it would be appropriate to ease rates. However, it's also quite possible that we'll see a slowly increasing inflation rate. I'm expecting the CPI will probably be, the core CPI will be above 3%. And if we start seeing numbers that look higher than the market's expecting, sentiment can change pretty quickly.
That was the former Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren joining us a little bit earlier, looking ahead to the September Federal Reserve meeting. and looking forward to what we could see tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern Time with US inflation data. Here's a snapshot of the price action going into the opening bell about 45 minutes away, building on last week's gains. A big weekly gain, the biggest in fact going back to the end of June. Equity futures positive this morning by around 0.1%, building on all-time highs on the Nasdaq 100, just about in the green so far this morning. If you turn to the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, let's compare the front end to the long end. At the front end of the curve, the 2-year, anchored around the view that maybe this Federal Reserve is about to reduce interest rates. 2-year rates at about 375.60 this morning. At the longer end of the curve coming into Monday, yields higher, just a grind higher for 4 consecutive sessions. Yields a little bit lower this morning by a basis point at 427. But the big bet emerging on Wall Street is that maybe you see a snapshot, a brief pop in the long end compared to what you might see at the front end. Perhaps a repeat of what we saw last year and a much steeper yield curve. Front end rallies, long end sells off as this Fed gets maybe a little bit more aggressive on interest rates and the long end of the curve begins to push back a little bit more. We saw this play out last year. Will we see a repeat later on this year? That's the price action in the bond market. This is what you can look forward to through the rest of this week. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, President Donald Trump holding a news conference. Tomorrow, the big data point, inflation just around the corner, plus the current trade truce between the US and China is set to expire. Looking ahead to Thursday, PPI data and another round of jobless claims in focus. Friday, President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting in Alaska, plus we'll get some retail sales data and UMich consumer sentiment numbers going into the weekend. Let's turn to trade. The Flexport CEO, Ryan Peterson, writing the following. US ports are bracing for a tariff-fueled surge. The new wave of reciprocal tariffs is driving last-minute shipping activity, especially from India, Taiwan, and semiconductor suppliers. I'm pleased to say that the man himself joins us now for more. Ryan, welcome to the program, sir. Just describe, if you can, the activity that you've seen over the past few months, the rush to secure air freight, all kinds of things, Ryan. What are you seeing?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me on. Wow, it's been crazy volatile ever since the Liberation Day tariffs were announced. You had immediately after that, you had a 60% decline in ocean freight bookings from China to the U.S. That lasted about 5 weeks, so just a massive decline of freight coming out of China.
1분 본 기준
You then had,
박스권
once the
행보가 이루어지고
tariffs were
있습니다.
relaxed, the surge to 80% above the pre-tariff level of volumes. That's what I was describing in that tweet. And now I think that was from a couple of weeks ago because things have been settling in, and now we're seeing the real effect of tariffs, which is people shipping less stuff. Prices of ocean freight are coming way down. Back to, we're probably over the next few weeks going to see prices back to levels that we haven't seen since after the pandemic in like 2023 when prices were quite low. So I don't know if you call that normalizing or just like doing what you would predict, which is tariffs should lead to less freight, which should lead to lower prices. And it's not great for companies involved in the business.
Geographically, Ryan, what ports are dealing with really soft demand?
I assume that it's pretty evenly distributed across all the ports. I don't think there's a trend by port. It's actually one thing that has happened here is the airports, because when the tariffs are announced with such short deadlines, you see this huge rush to ship air freight in. And that sort of ended a couple of days ago at the end of last week when the new tariffs took effect. But in the prior 2 or 3 weeks to that, there was this huge switch from ocean freight to air freight. So I met one customer who said they saved $2 million by switching 4 containers from ocean freight to air freight just by beating the tariffs.
We've seen this administration really try to go after transshipment. How is that affecting the supply chains and what you're tracking?
Yeah, this new transshipment rule is quite interesting. So basically what they've said is that if you have one duty rate, which is around 20%, for goods from, for example, Vietnam, but if the goods are determined to be transshipped from another country through Vietnam, then the duty rate is much higher. This is a very strange policy because historically, in all precedent of country of origin rules, then Vietnam has nothing to do with the duty rate. If they're transshipped through Vietnam, the duty rate is still China. China's duty rate is not Vietnam. So it's quite a confusing rule from those in the industry. What we're basically saying is, hey, in addition to going to jail for committing customs fraud, you're also going to have to pay a higher duty rate. So, I mean, I guess it's effective, but it's very strange policy.
But have you actually seen it work when you're tracking all of this cargo?
No, it's not. I mean, because it's a sort of a nonsense. It's basically saying, hey, if you're committing fraud, then you have to pay a higher duty rate. Well, I mean, the penalties were already much worse for committing fraud than a higher duty rate. So no, we haven't seen anything like change because of it.
Ryan, how creative are people getting? What kind of mitigation strategies are they
자,
introducing?
탈
What are
시에는
you
빠르게
suggesting? What are you advocating for?
청산 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean,
지금도 지켜보도록
first thing I'm
하겠습니다.
advocating is don't do anything illegal, and there's a lot of incentive to break the rules now because that
저 본전까지 대응
people
이뤄질 수 있는 점
who
참고
are breaking the
부탁드리겠습니다.
rules. Now, for example, if you import goods from China and the Chinese company serves as the importer, and all you do is the American company that used to import them, and now you're just saying, hey, I buy them in America. The Chinese company imported them, and they happen to cheat on the customs duties. That's not my fault. Well, guess what? Customs will hold you liable. That's not a loophole that you can get out of so easily as that. What's legal and what we're advising people to do is look very closely at three things. One is the valuation of the goods. Two is the country of origin. And three is the classification. Now, all of these seem like black and white, but they're not. This is the law, this is regulation, and therefore there's a lot of room for expertise to come in and identify what is the gray area and what is the legal gray area. How do you say on the right side of that legal area? And some of it's not gray, it's just like sophisticated. So on valuation, if you provided CapEx assistance to your factory, or there's other rules that you can say how that lower the value of the goods, you would pay less tariff. You got to do it legally, though. Make sure you have an expert. On the country of origin, similar things. How do you classify this? How do you qualify this as being a country of origin that has a lower duty rate? There's a lot of sophistication in that as well of saying, hey, did you apply enough new value-added either materials or labor in that other country to change the country of origin legally, not committing fraud? And the third is classification. It's illegal to change the classification of your goods in order to achieve a lower duty rate. But if the correct classification of your goods happens to have a lower duty rate, you win. So
자, 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 해당 진입권 손절하겠습니다. 손절 후에 3차 진입 대기하도록
Ronnie, you
하겠습니다.
finding that more work just means more time? Is this slowing things down?
Yeah, it's definitely increasing costs for everybody in myriad ways. I mean, even just if you want to bring goods to another country, transform them, change their country of origin, and lower their duty rate, I mean, that's a lot of extra work, a lot of extra shipping time, labor processing. You've increased the cost plus the duties. So yeah, certainly this is it's not making trade more seamless, that's for sure.
Ryan, based on what you're seeing, is there anyone that thinks that the U.S. and China won't extend this deadline of their agreement, their truce, that's up tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure lots of people think they won't extend it, and some think they will. I haven't looked at what the prediction markets are saying on this.
자, 바로 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입하도록 하겠습니다.
I don't really make a lot of predictions
매도
on that.
진입하도록
Or are you
하겠습니다.
front-loading and rushing before
매도
tomorrow from
5
China
개야.
or no?
진입
I mean, at this
시행됩니다.
point, it's too late. So they were, people were moving stuff in, but no, I didn't see a lot of front loading.
자, 진입가 717.00입니다. 717.00. 자, 매도 5개야. 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
And your insights, super valuable. As always, sir, thank you. Ryan Peterson there, the Flexport CEO. It's just been this never-ending stimulus for global trade over the last several months. Get ahead of the next one, get ahead of the next one, and then get ahead of the next one.
And it's constant. And what we saw on Friday was potentially this concern about
자,
gold
매도
bars.
대응
You can
이어나가도록
imagine some
하겠습니다.
people getting very creative when it comes from gold bars, maybe in Switzerland or in Hong Kong. Now having to play the duty, well, maybe there's some way you can sneak them in, not sure.
Any reason to believe we won't get that 90-day extension in the next 24 hours?
At the moment, I don't have any reason to believe that unless Trump wants to use it as a negotiating tool to try to ramp up the heat and the rhetoric with China, especially as it goes into this meeting on Friday in Alaska with President Putin.
Trade in focus in the next 24 hours, that's for sure. The trade bump that we might see in goods inflation will be in focus tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern Time. At the moment, going into the opening bow, stocks doing okay, better than okay. At all-time highs on the S&P 500, around those levels, at those levels on the Nasdaq 100 going into the opening bow. Coming up tomorrow, we'll catch up with Keith Lerner of Truist, Torsten Slock of Apollo, Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex to break down tomorrow's inflation data. Look forward to retail sales data later on in the week and maybe witness more all-time highs in this equity market. This market keeps on shrugging in the face of elevated policy risk down in Washington, D.C. From New York City, thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Day 4 at the Cincinnati Open. Coco Gauff lifted the trophy in Cincy 2 years ago on her way to the title at the US Open, and the American got off to a perfect start as she dispatched China's Wang Jingwu in straight sets. She moves on to face Ukraine's Diana Yastremska for a place in the 4th round. And don't forget, you can watch all the action live daily on Tennis Channel.
For over a decade, Bigrim has stood with Thailand in its mission to save the tigers. With compassion, businesses can exist in harmony with nature.
For the innovators, we innovate. For the trailblazers, we light the way. We realize visions for the visionaries and build a future for the game changers. Because whatever drives you, drives us at IDA Ireland. As we partner with you when you choose Ireland for your business, helping you set up and expand in a place of extraordinary opportunity.
자, 목표가까지 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 이전 리스크가 있기 때문에 목표가까지 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead. So you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
10 plus years, and it's one of those overnight successes that's kind of taken 20 years of development, but it's finally ready to hit market, and we want to help the ecosystem get there.
In case you missed it on the close.
Hotel Chocolat has had a presence overseas for quite some time, not necessarily so in the United States. Was the Mars deal what facilitated that rollout, or was that already in the works?
Partnering up with Mars has unlocked it for us. I've had a personal, long-held ambition for our brand to win in America and to bring everything that our brand stands for to the American consumer. We've got, the wind in our sails and can see very clearly the gap in the market.
With regards to your retail strategy, and there's the drinks and the chocolate wall and all this other stuff you have to choose from. It's an experience. Are all the stores sort of structured that way?
We make our physical stores do a particular job for our brand, and the job is connecting with the community and showcasing the drinkable side of chocolate, and that's one of the reasons why we're able to grow in such a strong way. It's really working for us.
Don't miss the close, live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Cape Town, South Africa, and this is Bloomberg.
Equity futures just about flat near record highs with 30 minutes to go until the official start of trading. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, chip makers NVIDIA and AMD make an unusual deal with the U.S. government that's raising alarm bells. And gold futures slide. Traders waiting for the White House to clarify last week's surprise tariff on bullion bars. And crypto stocks rally. Bitcoin nears a fresh all-time high as big investors pile into digital assets, Danny.
There is one story and one set of stocks to watch this morning, Katie, and it is NVIDIA and AMD. The two of them have reportedly agreed to pay 15% from their China AI chip sales to the U.S. government. The company sold about $23 billion in chip sales to China in 2024. So, Katie, NVIDIA down 0.5%, AMD down just more than 1.5%.
So many different angles on that one. Yeah. We're going to tackle them all, but let's take a look at another chip maker, Micron, raising its revenue forecast due to favorable pricing for its memory modules. You take a look at Micron shares right now in the pre-market, higher by more than 5%, Danny.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving parts and a lot of different fates for different tech companies, but let's begin with NVIDIA and AMD. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. Ed, it's hard to put into words how strange and unprecedented this is. What do we understand of the deal struck by the Trump administration and these two companies?
자, 천천히
it is a quid
본장
pro quo.
계장까지
It is
지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
transactional. That's the way that sources describe it to us, right? That is the price of access to the Chinese market in order that NVIDIA and AMD can sell AI accelerators or high-performance GPUs to Chinese AI model makers. 15% is probably more interesting in NVIDIA's case than it is in AMD's, right? You know, when I spoke to AMD CEO Lisa Su last week, they hadn't yet managed to claw back any of the inventory that they'd written down because they were unable to export to that market. AMD's not commented on this latest reporting. NVIDIA has, and in their statement, they don't talk about the 15%. They do address the idea that to date, since the bans came into effect or export restrictions came into effect, they have not yet shipped any H20 chips. But there's like this really wide range of estimates on the street, right? Where AMD has a higher proportion of historic revenues from China. NVIDIA is just a much bigger beast. It's 95% of that market. And if they're able to return to business there, you're looking at what, $7 billion in a fiscal quarter? The United States is going to get $1 billion of that. And that's the unprecedented part.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about what exactly the chip makers, NVIDIA, AMD, get out of this. It makes sense what the U.S. government gets out of it. 15% of China chip sales doesn't sound that bad, but we were just looking at that graphic where 13% of NVIDIA's revenue, I believe, comes from mainland China. So I guess you do the math. It's more painful to give up that than it is to give up 15% of their revenue from those sales.
Yeah. Historically, but the status quo is that NVIDIA in this current period is not shipping H20s to China. The part of the calculus that Jensen Huang, in both the public domain and behind closed doors, has been trying to impress upon the president is that if NVIDIA and AMD are not able to sell their technology into China, then China has a domestic champion that can fill the vacuum. That domestic champion is Huawei. And the argument that NVIDIA in particular has made is that Huawei is catching up. It has a level or generation of accelerator that is more performant, better than those that are subject to export restrictions, the H20, the MI308 anyway. And so that's the risk that America's running. But I'll leave it to AMH and those in DC to talk to you guys about fiscal policy. The president did talk for a long time about the idea that specific tariffs on specific industries would be revenue generating for the United States. And if you read the Bloomberg terminal on any given day, the flow of capital is most concentrated right now in high-performance GPUs that go into data centers. So a good bit of business for the president of the United States. But the cost of doing business for NVIDIA and AMD, they want to be in China, which for a very long time was a critical end market for data center.
All right, Ed Ludlow, great
자,
reporting.
본장 개장까지 약 25분 앞두고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재는 약 수익권에 있습니다. 이전 리스크가 좀 크게 있다 보니 좀 길게 보고 수익권 크게 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
Bloomberg Intelligence semiconductor analyst Jake Silverman. So you can see the reaction pre-market in shares. Some good news here. This is a different setting than we were in June when we got that disappointing outlook from this company.
Yeah, and really it comes down to supply and demand balance. So I think high bandwidth memory is actually having a pretty important impact, but not necessarily from near-term upside related to AI, but actually just its constraining impact on overall memory because of the fact that high bandwidth memory is accounting for more revenue and it requires more capacity than standard memory. If demand for standard memory grows, that allows for higher pricing.
How does that offset some of the pricing concerns and some of the tariff-related concerns?
Yeah, as of right now, it doesn't seem like Micron is going to be
현재
directly
유튜브
impacted by tariffs.
라이브 스트리밍에
Trying to
약간의
expand
딜레이가
their
발생하고
capacity in
있습니다.
their US
딜레이 발생할
footprint
경우에
in Idaho and eventually New York as well. So
부탁드리겠습니다.
there is a potential impact for higher pricing in the US on some products, but it doesn't really seem like Micron or their peers, SK Hynix or Samsung, are really going to see that impact. And so therefore, right now, we're not overly worried about higher memory pricing impacting demand for products. That could be more so downstream. So if there are higher pricing for smartphones or PCs, which as of right now, it's a little bit more in limbo, obviously, that could have a lower, that demand could be lower.
All right, Jake, thank you very much for that. Micron shares at the moment up 5.2%. Jake Silverman from Bloomberg Intelligence. Now on to politics, where the tariff truce between the U.S. and China expires tomorrow. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is hopeful that a number of trade deals will be completed by October. Joining us now with the latest is Anne-Marie Hordern, Bloomberg's chief political correspondent and co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance. Anne-Marie, great to see you. How close does it seem to getting either an agreement
that they are getting through? Export controls, you just talked about this when it comes to NVIDIA and AMD with Ed Ludlow. Rare earths. What's happening with the TikTok deal that the CCP, China would have to potentially sign off on? Potentially the U.S. is also asking and imploring the Chinese to put their thumb on the scale when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and on Moscow. And the president's going to go into this meeting on Friday with Putin. Is China potentially trying to put some pressure on Putin to wind down this war? There's a host of issues that the U.S. administration is dealing with right now when it comes to China. But it was kind of shocking the president decided overnight to talk about soybeans, I think potentially because we're going into harvest season, because that was so critical of the first administration and hasn't been the center point second time around.
Well, to the point of Trump and Putin's meeting on Friday, it's something that already the Europeans are starting to sound the alarm bells with Trump talking about a swapping of territories. How much can be agreed upon if Europeans and Zelensky of Ukraine have already started to push back on the initial sounds they've gotten from what the two might discuss?
Well, this is very challenging for Zelensky to accept, because this would be giving up Donbass region, the whole Eastern Front, which means he would have to pull Ukrainian troops out of Luhansk and Donetsk, parts of Ukrainian territory that they have control over. So this is, as someone described to me over the weekend, the third rail in Ukrainian politics. And this is just talking about territory, not even the major fundamental issues. What does Ukraine's future NATO look like? Is that not going to happen? What is going to be on the table to make sure that Putin and Russia does not invade Ukraine again, that they can walk away with long-term security guarantees? And I think that's what a lot of European leaders want to try to implore on the president if they are able to speak with him before going into this meeting on Friday. Someone described Friday to me as potentially the best outcome would be an agreement in place to start a process to get a long-term peace agreement.
All right, Anne-Marie, it's definitely going to be a busy week. Appreciate you setting it up on the political front. That is Anne-Marie Hordern. Meanwhile, we're about 20 minutes away from those opening bells. A quick check on futures right now, pretty much flat, but we're very, very close to all-time highs on the S&P 500. And you remember last week, we actually
본전까지 약 20분을 앞두고 있습니다. 현재 보합권에서 대응 실시간으로 진행되고 있습니다.
We're basically a rounding error away from an all-time high. I think it's less than 0.01%.
Just a sneeze.
We don't need to do a lot to get there today. We'll see if that happens. But coming up on the show, Barrick Mining slips. It posts a $1 billion charge as the entire industry gets rattled by tariff rhetoric. We're going to look at all things metals coming up as Barrick falls more than 4%. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next. with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
As investors, we're simply trying to understand the dynamics behind different stocks, identify those that we think are long-term winners and long-term losers.
자, 본장까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 잠시 송출에 오류가 생겨가지고 목소리가 안 들릴 경우에는 텍스트로 사인 바로바로 드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm David Weston, bringing you stories of capitalism. President Trump managed to get a slew of tariffs in place, either unilaterally or by agreement, before his August 1 deadline. But at least so far, we haven't seen them do much to the economy. We explore what CEOs of major companies are doing to make sure their business stays on track despite the tariffs. And we get a somewhat different perspective from the head of a modest-sized textile company in Colorado that counts heavily on imports and exports. Plus, not everyone is welcoming all those data centers with open arms. We travel to Warrenton, Virginia, a town where some are concerned about what they will mean for their community. But we start with another uncomfortable truth linked to AI. The possibility that this time it really is different. Different in what technological change is doing to recent college graduates trying to start their careers. There is no question that AI is here to stay. Just last month, we reported that Anthropic, a company that didn't exist 6 years ago, could be worth more than Nike or Starbucks.
Anthropic, 170 billion, XAI in talks for 200 billion, and I think there's nowhere to go but up.
And there's no question that at least some employees stand to make a great deal of money for their ride on the AI train.
Apple's top executive in charge of AI models is leaving for Meta Platforms.
I'm told this pay package is probably somewhere north of $200 million.
We have never seen anything like this before, and there's a lot we don't know about what it will do for business and the economy. But we do know that leaders of the world's largest and most powerful firms expect a tidal wave. They are preparing for it. And already, some people are feeling the effects on the ground right now. People not at the very top of the corporate ladder, but those trying to get a step on the bottom rung. This year, Jacob Ayub and Tiffany Lee are joining millions of their fellow college graduates trying to get their careers started.
This is just one of the case studies that I've done, but it's pretty representative of what you can expect if you're applying for any full-time role at a private equity company. Luckily, Boston College does a really good job of setting that financial background. We've done in-class DCFs, in-class LBOs.
Here's your ice matcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. I have a few case studies on my portfolio just showcasing the work that I've done at school for the companies and nonprofits that I've worked for. The last experience I have is another contract role with a startup that I did through a club at Cornell as well.
Mixed results.
It goes two ways. I think you have to start with what is the most secure way to help your supply chain. And that certainly can be onshore. It certainly can be to more friendly markets in Southeast Asia. It certainly be to
본장까지 약 10분
Mexico.
앞두고 있습니다.
I know of a company that
좀 더
services
지켜보고
Canada.
대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
It's thinking about putting capital in Canada because of what's going on, so they can produce locally. So it actually goes both ways. And the kind of manufacturing we're talking about, for the most part, is very advanced manufacturing. So it's not labor intensive, it's not people in a plant, it's the equipment. So I think that on balance, it's hard to talk to any CEO who thinks that tariffs are a good thing and that high tariffs won't have a dramatic negative impact.
There's a good deal of talk about uncertainty and the uncertainty over everything from tariffs to who's going to be the Fed chair, to interest rates. Now, does that really affect the real economy?
The answer is clearly not. Okay? And CEOs have gotten so good about blocking all noise from all political quarters. They focus on facts, substance, real policy. They know that something said today by any elected official doesn't mean much unless there's consisting to it and staying with it, and they just block out the noise. That CEOs, for the most part, are really experienced, really talented, and have been through the volatility wars. But the reason I have been, and we've talked about it, more optimistic about the economy is because of that. And I believe I can make a case for dark clouds well down the road, but barring some unforced error, which certainly we are prone to make, I think the economy will continue to show tailwind and resilience.
That tailwind may look a bit different in New York City, where New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani is in a strong position to become its next mayor and is running on policies not generally seen as pro-business.
So let's first talk about New York. $1 trillion economy, 63 million visitors, 10% of every student graduating college comes to the city. New York will be fine. That said, the mayor, whoever that person is, needs to be mayor for 8.5 million people in every borough. It has to be a mayor who appreciates what it means to attract business formation, what attracts capital formation, what it means to keep people in the city and thriving. For example, Zohran Mamdani, he's going to have to make the choice whether he wants to be mayor or whether he wants to be an effective mayor. And I believe to be an effective mayor, a talented political official, and he's talented, will have to be attuned to that. A lot of us met with him in the business community the other day, and clearly, one, it was a worthwhile meeting. He listened, courageous for him to come to this group. The questions were pointed, and my goal is that the more he hears from the business community and how the business community helps drive the engine of New York, along with many other communities here, the more if he is the mayor, will appreciate that he needs to be the mayor for everyone.
Having heard from him directly, do you have a sense that he knows what he doesn't know? Because that may be one of the most important things in life, to really say, there are things I don't know I need to learn.
I would say I don't know. However, I'm going to make a judgment. He has said publicly in forums where I've been, just that he wants to get the best people in every position, people who know more about that particular area than he does. He strikes me as someone who is absolutely willing to learn, and I don't think you can do as well as he's done as a candidate without that ability. Whoever the mayor is, I hope really appreciates that the skill set of a mayor, as opposed to somebody in Congress, is less about policy and more about making sure day to day the city is affordable and livable.
It's hard to be against it being affordable and livable. But as far as I can tell, an essential part of governance is unintended consequences. For example, we can say we're going to freeze rents, which sounds good for people who are renting, but it doesn't necessarily give incentive for building a lot more units. Will bring prices down. Is he learning? Can he learn those sort of unintended consequences? That, in fact, the best way to make things more affordable may not be the most obvious way.
So let me be very clear. I don't know yet, nor does anyone, what he's learning.
자, 본전 개장까지 약 4분 앞두고 있습니다. 개장 이후 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 약 수익권에서 대응 이어나가고 있습니다.
In each borough, that's 5, relative to the 2,500 grocery stores we have in the 5 boroughs, doesn't do much. Let's be clear. Anyone here is already paying a lot of tax. It's a privilege to live in New York. There is a point where, and we see it in studies, it has an impact if it gets out of line with other states. So the point is, we all need to focus on affordability. I think he is spot on. But to your point, there are many ways to attack it. I think we need to be much more focused as a city.
자, 본장 개장까지 약 1분 앞두고 있습니다. 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 현재 수익권에서 대응이 나가고 있습니다. 자, 본장 시작합니다. 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 본장 시작됩니다.
$3 billion in chips to China in 2024. We're just speaking with HSBC Katie, who says, yeah, they have high revenue, so they can handle this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see traders trying to make sense of the news. NVIDIA shares just about flat. I have to imagine that'll change. But let's talk a little bit about Micron, also in the chip space. Micron raising its revenue forecast this morning due to favorable pricing for its memory modules. That is a different setup than what we saw in June when we got a disappointing outlook from the company. But Micron shares at the opening bell up about 7%, Danny. That is certainly helping.
Yeah, it is helping a lot, 6.6%. And it's a lot to digest in this market, and we're trying to make sense of it.
자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 수익 청산입니다. 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
At HSBC Private Banking and Wealth Management. So, Jose, I mean, Micron is an example of one of these companies that post-earnings have moved a lot. On a headline basis, as Katie was pointing out, we're barely changed today. You're seeing huge things. You're seeing companies getting punished massively.
자, 4차 진입을 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 전체적으로 개장 이후에 급격하게 부정 들어오고 있는 모습이 확인되고 있습니다.
And you asked before, what are some of the negatives? What are the potential hazards in the short term? Remember, September, October, not great months for stocks. More importantly, growth value, the Magnificent Seven versus what I call the forgotten 493, right? I should have patented that, damn it. But long story short, not too late. We'll do it together. But long story short, growth value.
다시 한번 매도 진입할 거고요. 진입 포인트는 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 이전과 동일하게 계약수는 5개야 운영하도록 하겠습니다.
We are sort of middle of the range in terms of the expansion in multiples, forward multiples, and where they sit relative to history. They're middle of the pack. It is not excessive relative to history. People may not be comfortable, but remember, these companies are making money and the long-term secular themes are all in place. That's why we like industrials, we like energy, and we haven't even seen financials kick in with M&A, with stock buybacks. This is all, when you see a market that's up a lot and the Fed starts cutting rates,
자, 매도 5계약 진입해보도록 하겠습니다. 여기서 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 신입가 696.00입니다. 23696.00 매도 5계약입니다.
There was this stat from Goldman last week, though, talking about earnings growth. The Magnificent Seven apparently grew earnings by 26% year over year in the second quarter. You take a look at the 493. that number was just 4%. That seems like something to forget.
So I'm a big believer in not looking where you've been. Let's look to where we're going. And where we're going,
자, 금일 일부 나스닥에 등재되어 있는 종목 중에 일부 종목들이 실적이 좀 부정이 나와가지고
goes to 14.5. I lied. I rounded. But long story
특별한
short,
뭐 시장
that's
영향을
going to
줄 만한
almost
지표도 확인되지 않기
quadruple in terms of
때문에
the forgotten 493. Easy comps, I know.
시장
But
상황에
it's also
따라서
productivity.
트레이딩
In
진행하도록
fact, one of the things we
하겠습니다.
do,
자, 매도
we look
진입
at
사인
portfolio,
드렸습니다.
we don't look at tech.
매도 진입
We look at the
나가도록 하겠습니다.
beneficiaries of tech. Who's going to use tech better, company X or company Y? That's the company we want to invest in. Productivity, profitability.
But it's a changing business model. If a company becomes more productive, they need less employees, they become more asset light, whereas the big tech players, we used to value them because they were asset light, and that's changing. They're investing in huge data centers. Does that mean the way that you value some of these companies needs to change?
Absolutely, and that's why interest rates matter, and that's a great segue to the Fed, maybe.
Yeah.
But the other thing I would say about AI, which nobody's talking about, AI, yes, will reduce employment for basic jobs. But it's also going to make the average employee smarter because the tech is going to reach down and pull you up. It's going to enable you to be smarter in what you do day to day. It's going to, technologically, it's going to take away some of those responsibilities, making you more valuable to the company. So.
It's an optimistic take versus it's just going to take all of our jobs. But I'm gonna take you up on that segue to the Fed. It seems like we're coalescing around September is finally when we're going to see the next rate cut from the Fed. But you look at the trajectory of the rest of this year. 2 cuts, 3 cuts, where do you land?
So we think for the next two cuts this year, September, December, and then 1 in March. That's what our economics team has said. And the problem you have is what concerns me with the Fed, quite frankly, is when Jay Powell came out and said, we're looking at the unemployment rate, that is not a leading indicator. You want to look at claims and you want to look at what the companies are telling you through other indices, not the unemployment rate. And if they're going to wait for inflation to see the whites of the eyes of inflation, we may have policy error. I'm concerned about that one because tariffs have been delayed.
How important that you get more than 1 cut for this rally to continue?
It's helpful, but it's not significant. Remember, in the 90s, we
현재
didn't have
보합권에서
one rally, we had
약수익권
4
왔다 갔다 하고
market
있습니다.
rallies in the 90s. And the average Fed funds rate, 5.3%. Interest rates help, but they matter on the margin. If there is demand and if there is, the consumer is out there, remember, real disposable incomes are still positive, right? So we're not raging bulls, we're not Robert De Niro, but we are cautiously optimistic on where we go. But remember, this mean reversion still has to take place.
Well, the concept of policy error, you listed it as a concern of yours. Is that investable? Are you protecting and hedging your portfolio for that possibility? What does that look like?
So from an asset allocation perspective, getting away from equities, right? Yeah, we're telling clients to take protection in the market, number one. We're telling them to diversify into the alt space, whether it's hedge funds or private markets, and I know private markets have had their share of issues. Credit in particular has done well, we like it. And I think if you look at the hedge fund space, it's done pretty well. So we continue to like those uncorrelated asset classes.
All right, Jose, really enjoyed this conversation. Can't thank you enough for kicking off the week with us. That is Jose Rasco of HSBC. Meanwhile, we're just about 7 minutes into the session. Let's get a check on this market right now. For unchanged on the S&P 500, breadth is actually fairly good right now. You have nearly 400 names in the S&P 500 in the green, and it's all the names that you would want to see. Tesla up top there, that is your biggest contributor to the upside. You also have Eli Lilly, Micron helping out as well. As discussed, United Health also punching higher as well. Haven't seen that in a bit. Then you take a look at the downside, though, and this is where it starts to hurt. Apple, your biggest loser on a points basis in the S&P 500, followed by Nvidia, Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, a real tug of war going on with big tech between Tesla and Apple, and then what else is going on. Let's take a look at the sectors in any case. And as we were seeing on the individual level, the breadth is pretty good. There's a lot of green bars on this screen right now. Healthcare, your biggest gainer, followed by energy and consumer discretionary. So it's not just big tech running away with it. In fact, big tech is your biggest drag on the downside, down about 0.5%. Danny, we'll see, of course, what the S&P 500 does with this over to 4 p.m.
Yeah, it's all about AMD and NVIDIA dragging that down. It's kind of surprising you're actually not seeing more losses given the fact that they're going to have to give 15% of the revenue to the U.S. government. Coming up, we're going to have more on that story. Again, NVIDIA and AMD agreeing to pay the U.S. government a portion of their chip sales. Shares are down just under 1%. We're going to take a closer look next on Bloomberg Open Interest.
자, 충분히 추세 전환점이 될 수 있다고 판단되기에 좀 길게 보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Our applications have been received positively both in Kenya and UAE, and we are optimistic that we should be able to open the office in the fourth quarter. We think the Middle East have deep capital sources. It has strong logistics for trade, and it is a strong center for investment. And we are seeing increasingly the global GDP is increasingly becoming overweight in Asia and Middle East. So that linkage with the middle income segments growing in India and China, it will provide a very strong market.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch Bloomberg Tech Europe. New episode Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Morgan Stanley upgrading Freeport-McMoRan to overweight, saying that markets are failing to appreciate the potential benefits from President Trump's copper tariffs. Maybe not appreciating it too much this morning. Shares only up about a 10%. Next up, HSBC downgrading trade desk to hold. The analysts turning more cautious after the company's lackluster results. Shares actually higher right now, but really took a beating last week. And finally, we have Melius downgrading Adobe to sell, warning that artificial intelligence could become a growing competitor for the company. That has been haunting Adobe for some time now. Shares down about 0.6% right now.
You need that AI in Photoshop, or else you just can't get those fancy pics, of us with like rainbows and dolphins jumping over us. It's very necessary. Let's stay on tech, but not that, a different flavor. A more important story this morning, NVIDIA and AMD agreeing to pay the U.S. government 15% of revenue from some chip sales to China. The news sending both of them into the red, but off of the lows, down less than 0.5% for both those companies. Joining us now is Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde. The shares aren't off a lot, Caroline, but this is unprecedented. This is maybe even strange for these companies to reach an agreement like this.
Yeah, call it what you will, whether it's pay to play, whether it's quid pro quo. Many people looking in astonishment at what has just been agreed. Led by the charge, it feels that Jensen Huang went to the White House on Wednesday and came back with this sort of a negotiation, AMD playing along here too. But for Mizuho and others in the market saying 85% of something is better than 0% of nothing. And so this is only going to be a revenue contributor for the short term at least, when they start to be able to bet those H20s back into people's hands, those MI308s back over from AMD into China. I think people are seeing the positives from a revenue perspective and indeed from an American revenue perspective. Look, if you're going to be making $1 billion a quarter on NVIDIA's 15% tax rate alone and then you add AMD on top, this is really, from I can imagine, the US government perspective, a bit of a win-win. They're able to, from their perspective, be able to track what semiconductors are still being sold to China. They're able to talk tough, but they're also able to rake in a revenue share here. So it is unprecedented, and the spillover effects are going to be far and wide, but thus far people actually coming off of their share lows, I think, when it comes to AMD and for NVIDIA in particular.
Absolutely, and we were just having this conversation with Jose Rasco that probably the CFO over at NVIDIA did that arithmetic and came to the same conclusion. 85% is better than, what it is right now, and put that into context for us, just how important the Chinese market is for the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, and what is the current state of sales when it comes to the nation?
Well, when you think about $7 billion in a quarter alone for NVIDIA, that's the power of the amount that they were shipping over to China. And I think for AMD, you saw the beating that the stock took last week on its earnings because they couldn't give us the intricacies of when they were going to be able to get MI308s back into the market, when we were going to be able to start revenue generation there. Investors care a lot about that particular end market. Now, I think the longer term perspective is, well, what does this ultimately mean for breeding competition in China? And what does it also mean for China's own pushback on this? Look, you saw the reports coming out from those that follow state media, really trying to say that they're still worried about so-called backdoors, the ability that US seem to be talking about of ultimately tracking where these chips go. China is not like that. That's why they summoned Jensen Huang himself to come and explain about whether or not there'll be any information they don't want to be seen taken. I think longer term, China is looking for self-sufficiency. But in the here and now, of course, US wants to see ultimately it owning the tech stack in China as well as in the United States.
But Caroline, even listening to you describe how China is dealing with this, summoning Jensen Huang to the White House, not to the White House, to China, I think you might know where I'm going with this. And it's to the White House. Instead of China's economy and how they liberalize it moving to the US, there's flavors of the opposite happening, of the US looking more like China, summoning the Intel CEO to the White House to explain, having more controls over revenue of companies for the long term. Is that not a more troubling outlook for these big tech players?
I think everyone in the global markets, in technology, are looking in fascination at how these stories dovetail together. On the one side, you have AMD and NVIDIA going and discussing with the administration and ultimately playing by these rules and understanding that there is some ultimate pay to play here. When you look at what happened with ultimately Intel, it looks as though the memo hadn't been taken by the CEO. In fact, he was pulling back on manufacturing, on fabrication in the United States. Is this in some way, as Lynx Equities have been putting it, a way for Intel to recognize and indeed perhaps pushed by the administration, but also by Apollo, for example, like investors who are investing in Intel to make fabrication units over in Ireland? Well, if they're pulling away from that, what does that mean for the companies that put in some of their own money? Do they lose out? So are we going to see people lean on the CEO of Intel to say, look, the American viewpoint here is that, and yes, he's a citizen, it might be reminded, but to keep on fabricating in the US. Don't pull away from that just from a overall profitability perspective and business model perspective. We want you to align yourself with what the grand plan of US politics is here. We'll see as to the reporting from the Wall Street Journal is Lip Bhutan is going to the White House himself to have this discussion, and we'll see whether or not suddenly some of the spigots get fired back on in Ohio and the like.
Well, you make a good point about the daisy chain, the Apollo of it all. Of course, Intel has these deep-pocketed investors who are relying sort of on Intel having a future, but Intel also needs the White House, needs the U.S. government. When you think about the various, investments that they've gotten
Chips
from
Act.
Exactly.
$8 billion or so. And actually, you heard from Pat Gelsinger. He came on Bloomberg TV network when he was still in control, frustrated that he wasn't able to get the money out of the then Biden administration to be able to be building and hitting the quotas that he needs to meet to be able to get the money in return. Yeah, you are going to hear basically more and more CEOs perhaps read into what's just happened, and investors and analysts are putting this out, that you do need to be close to the administration if you want your businesses to do well. And maybe that's something that Lip Bhutan is learning the hard way at the moment.
Apple, a case study there. Caroline, great context. Really appreciate that. That is Bloomberg Tech co-host Caroline Hyde. You can catch more on BTech at 11 a.m. today. But don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies surging as more institutions buy into the industry. We'll discuss next. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Victor, Idaho, and this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
Now, of course, for the rest of the world, this is a serious demand shock. You will see a lot of central banks contemplating cutting as the rest of the world slows somewhat in the face of these tariffs.
There's a good opportunity for the RBI to cut even further, which would be bullish for the market. These battles with the U.S. on tariffs, of course, is having an impact. This will be short-lived in my view.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is
투자전환까지 놀아보면서 좀 길게 보도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's take stock of this rally. We are 20 minutes into the session, and I called it a rally, and maybe that was generous. You do have green on the screen when it comes to the S&P 500, a little bit more when you take a look at the NASDAQ 100, but small moves overall. We're at record highs right now. We know we have a lot to get through this week between the economic data and the earnings coming up, but you can see that we're trying to hang on to gains here. I will have a lot more to talk about when we take a look at some of the individual movers right now. NVIDIA, AMD really in focus right now on reports that maybe the U.S. government will get 15% of their China chip sales. You can see investors trying to make sense of that. These names were down pre-market, now edging a little bit higher. A lot of focus on Intel as well, with the CEO reportedly going to meet with President Trump at the White House today. Intel shareholders seem to like that. Micron boosting its outlook. Again, a lot going on when it comes to the chip space, and you add it all together, it looks pretty good right now. But we also want to talk about crypto here. Bitcoin at fresh all-time highs, similar to what we're seeing in the stock market, Danny. And as you might expect, these crypto equities, Circle, Coinbase, also rallying very hard to start this week.
Yeah, they are, again, as you say, Bitcoin up there at all-time highs. Institutional investors, corporate treasury, they are all adding to their exposure. Year to date, we're up just under 30%. Bloomberg cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee joins us now with the details. What are the details? Do we know the details? I mean, sometimes this thing rallies and we're like, okay, yeah, sure, Bitcoin's up again. What's driving it this time?
Actually, yes, I was like, whoever knows. But I feel like it's a perfect storm. You have digital asset treasury companies, ETF flows, my favorite topic, and Katie's favorite topic, and just really a pro-crypto administration on top of the stable coin bill. It's like really just a perfect environment for Bitcoin. And you see risk assets also edging higher, and we know that they're correlated. So Ether also, the second largest coin, is also in the green. So really lots of things to excite the crypto market.
I feel like I'm stealing this joke probably from Joe Weisenthal, but whenever crypto's up like 5% or something Bitcoin, it's like, oh, I guess they must have reported really good earnings, right? This must be a fundamental story. Perhaps not, but it is a supply and demand story. You mentioned ETF flows. Let's go right there. There is a lot of demand for this asset class.
A lot of demand. You see ETHA, the largest Ether ETF, and IBIT, the largest Bitcoin ETF, both by BlackRock, really just seeing inflows after inflows. Inflows drive price. So, of course, those feed into each other. And we also have the news that crypto might be in 401ks. So a lot of people are excited. You have really bullish financial advisors saying you can put as much as 15%.
That's a lot.
That depends on your risk tolerance, but more conservatively, some say, like I think BlackRock has said 1 to 2%. So again, that depends on where you are in the whole risk spectrum. But can you imagine Bitcoin being in your 401k? So obviously, whenever Bitcoin is up, my Twitter feed lights up, or my X feed lights up. And when Bitcoin is down, it's kind of quiet.
The future is now.
The future is now, and maybe terrifying. I don't know, Isabel, how many details do we actually know about adding crypto to 401ks and what protection there might be and just how big that demand could really be?
For now, we have the directive by Trump, but it still remains to be seen. Like, how are you going to do that? It's a very, very volatile asset class, but we do know that we have the backing of big people like Eric Trump, the son of Donald Trump, who, by the way, over the weekend said, oh, it's a good time because Ether is high up. So you really see a lot of push there by institutional investors, and you can see how intertwined a lot of these insiders are, including Trump's family, with the crypto industry. So, I mean, you can make your own inference, but then it's really a lot of animal spirits going up. But also, I feel like it raises the question of what is Bitcoin in a portfolio? It's not really a haven play anymore because it behaves more like a risk asset. We have some articles saying Bitcoin is up because risky assets are up.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone is necessarily buying Bitcoin as a hedge versus sort of a place to find some alpha, but you do make an interesting point when you said that, you know, some financial advisors are saying put up to 15% of your portfolio in crypto. You have to wonder where you're taking that 15% from. Is that coming out of your stock exposure, alternatives? Is that coming out of bonds? It's an interesting question.
I feel like for now, it's still kind of seen as a digital gold when it doesn't really behave like gold. We have Bank of America in their fund manager survey saying that just 9% of investors have exposure to crypto. And I looked at the word just, so maybe they expect it to be higher because in an alternate universe, you would think 9%. So it really depends how you look at it, half glass full or empty. But I guess it has more runway to grow if it's just 9%.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of people who would say as much. Isabel, great reporting. That is Bloomberg's Isabel Lee, with the latest on what's going on with Bitcoin, and there's certainly a lot. Let's check on stocks, though, and what's going on there, though. It's not a lot. The S&P 500 pretty much unchanged at this moment. Same story if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100. The Russell 2000 up a little bit more. It is going to be an interesting week. You think about the fact that we have CPI tomorrow. All eyes on that September Fed meeting and the finite amount of data we get between now and then.
I just wonder how much CPI can derail this rally, because when you had a weak jobs report, we are still in this regime of bad news being good news. We cheer that we're going to get cuts, so if CPI comes in hot, does it derail all of the all-time highs that we are slowly melting up into?
Well, we know we're going to get real-time reaction from the president on social media, so that will
That's for sure.
Certainly be interesting as well. Coming up in the next hour, I'm pleased to say we have Banrian's Shanna Sissel talking about crypto in your 401k. Excited to continue that conversation. We'll also speak to the CEO of Barrick Mining on that possible gold tariff. A lot of question marks there. And we'll discuss the tariff hit on small businesses with the CEO of Zero. This is Open Interest.
자, 예상치 이탈 시에는 현황 사인 드리겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were gonna probably just hit it, and so far we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is gonna get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I'm never doing that again.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ. Mondays on Bloomberg.
We're 30 minutes into the trading day on this Monday morning, searching for direction at all-time highs on the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, also trying to decide what to do, Danny.
Why would you step in front of this market melting up to all-time highs with investors the most bullish since February and CPI tomorrow?
Welcome to Bloomberg Open Interest.
Kill this trap.
자, 길게 보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 시장 상황에서 상승의 모멘텀이 없기 때문에 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 나스닥에 등재되어 있는 실적 발표된 기업이 일부는 좀 부장이 나왔고, 그리고 자, 지켜보고 끝까지 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 여러가지 시장 상황을 살펴봤을 때 절대로 이렇게 시장이 급격하게 상승할 이유는 전혀 없다고 판단이 됩니다. 금일 중요 지표도 또한 없고요. 충분히 자리에 맞을 것이라고 판단되어서 홀딩하면서 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 실시간 대응 이루어지고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1시간 봉 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 외상치 이탈 시에 청산 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 지켜보고 추가 매도 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 추가 매도 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 리스크가 큰 만큼 좀 추가 매도 하더라도 최대한 수익 청산까지 수익 청산 목표로 트레이딩에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 제가 추가 매도 해보도록 하겠습니다. 매도진이건 추가 매도 하도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 726.63입니다. 추가 매도 사인 드렸습니다. 5계약 추가 매도입니다. 자, 현재 매도 10계약 운영하고 있습니다. 좀 길게 보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 조금 더 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 10개 운용 중에 있습니다.
Second, let me catch my breath. Remind me how it feels to hear your voice. Your lips are moving, I can hear a thing. Living life as if we had a choice. Anywhere, anytime, I would do anything for you. Anything for you. Yesterday got away, melody stuck inside your head. I sung in every breath. Sing me, sleep now. Sing me, sleep. Just sing me, sleep now. Sing me, sleep. Remember me now, time cannot erase. I can hear your whispers in my mind. I've become what you cannot embrace. Our memory will be my lullaby. Sing me, sleep now. Sing me, sleep. Just sing me, sleep now. Sing me, sleep.
She works the nights by the water. She's gone astray, so far away from her father's daughter. She just wants a life for a baby. All on her own, no one will come. She's got to save him. Daily struggle. She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever
a run bar, can't find him nowhere. Steadily your workflow, everything you know, so you're not stop, no time for your dear.
Now she got a 6-year-old, trying to keep him warm, trying to keep all the gold. When he looks in her eyes, he gon' know he is safe when she says, ooh, love. No one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. She chose me your life. Ain't gonna be nothing like my life. You're gonna grow and have a good life. I'm gonna do what I got to do. So rockabye, baby, rockabye.
Rockabye, rockabye.
You rockabye, baby, don't you cry.
자, 실시간 대응 이어나가고 있고요. 자, 11시에 예정되어 있던 트럼프 대통령 인터뷰 시작되었습니다. 자, 시장 영향을 줄 만한 코멘트 하나 살펴보면서 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 실시간으로 인터뷰 진행 중에 있습니다. 현재 매도 10개 약진입권 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
stuck in this fear and I don't know why. 'Cause I would never leave your side. Well, baby, can't you see? I'm always watching over. I'm in your galaxy. Just look over your shoulder.
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 워싱턴 DC 관련해가지고 법안 관련해서 인터뷰 이후에 나오는 인터뷰가 시장에 어떤 영향을 미칠지 지켜보고 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 10계약 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 일부 손실권 반납하고 현재 보합권 근접하게 당하고 있습니다. 자, 현 시점에서 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 수익권 진입하였습니다. 수익권 진입하였습니다. 자, 손절 부분이 큰 만큼 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 후에 바로 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산하겠습니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5차 진입 뼈 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 바로 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5차 진입 뼈 대기입니다. 자, 현재 시장에 영향을 줄 만한 인터뷰는 진행되고 있지 않고요. 워싱턴 DC 관련해가지고 노숙자들이나 범죄자들 통지를 위해서 주방위군을 투입하겠다, 이런 얘기가 좀 오가고 있습니다. 잠시 후 질의응답 시간에 관세 관련해서 질문이 나올지 모르겠지만 일단은 현재로서는 인터뷰 내용에 관세 관련이라든지 시장에 영향을 줄 만한 기사는 확인되고 있지 않습니다. 자, 다시 한번 매도 진입 해보도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 매도진입 포인트 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도진입 5계약 운용하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 매도 진입 해보도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입 5계약 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 746.00 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 746.00 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 자, 금일 20일 기준 거래량 약 20%가량 좀 떨어져 있는 상황입니다. 거래량이 없다는 것은 대응은 길어질 수 있다는 점 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 매도진이 5계약 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이전 리스크가 있다 보니 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 현재 1계약 기준 약 20만원 수익권에 있습니다. 자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, AMD 관련해서 블룸버그에서 뉴스 나온 게 있는데요. AMD가 중국으로 AI 칩을 수출할 수 있는 라이선스를 받았다고 합니다. 전체적으로 이제 수출에 대해서 라이선스를 받은 건 아니고요. 1차 라이선스를 받았다고 하네요. 자, 잠시 후 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익권 안정화되면은 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산입니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 약 200만원, 5계약 기준 약 200만원 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 6차 진입뷰 대기해보도록 하겠습니다. 6차 진입뷰 대기입니다. 자, 동일하게 바로 매도 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야. 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 729.25, 시장가 매도 5계약입니다. 729.25. 자, 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 보합권에서 약수익권 왔다갔다 하고 있습니다. 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 천천히 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 목표 수익권까지 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 트럼프 대통령 기자회견 진행되고 있으며 인터뷰 진행되고 있으며 관련 인터뷰 종료 이후에 혹시나 질의응답 시간에 관세 관련 나온다고 하면은 빠르게 정리 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 현재로서는 시장 영향을 줄 만한 인터뷰나 질의응답 시간이 오가고 있지 않은 것으로 확인이 됩니다. 자, 현재 매도 5개야 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 현재 보합권에서 대응 이루어지고 있습니다. 보합권에서 약손실권 왔다 갔다 하고 있습니다. 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 20일 기준 거래량은 좀 많이 뒤처지고 있고요. 거래량이 많이 뒤처지는 만큼 긴 대응 예상되는 점 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 이전과 동일하게 따로 확인되는 뉴스, 시장 영향을 줄 만한 인터뷰 내용 확인되지 않습니다. 자, 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 별도로 확인되는 지표 및 기사, 시장에 큰 영향을 줄 만한 재료가 확인되지 않기에 추세 매매 이어나가고 있고요. 충분히 추세 전환까지 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 지켜보면서 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 매도 눌림 여부 판단 이후에 일부 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 눌림 여부 확인 후에 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 눌림이 없는 모습은 아니기 때문에 충분히 목표가까지 갈 수 있다고 판단되어서 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 5계약 약 200만원 손실권에 있습니다. 네, 지금부터 이제 질의응답 시작됐고요. 인터뷰는 종료가 되었고 질의응답 시작되었습니다. 자, 눌림 실시간 나와지고 있습니다. 좀 더 지켜보고 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 목표가까지 천천히 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 해당 진입권 대응 이후에 대응하면서 나온 뭐 기사라든지 놓친 속보 있으면은 전달 한번 하고 7차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 해당 진입권 대응 이후에 대응 중 놓친 속보 및 뉴스들 정리 한번 해드리고 트레이딩에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 인터뷰 가면서 관세가 미국에 막강한 힘을 준다 얘기한 게 있고요. 마리화나 관련해가지고 재분류에 대해서 이제 막 들여다보기 시작했다. 이는 매우 복잡한 사안이다 하면서 장단점을 설명한 게 있습니다. 현재 질의응답 받고 있어가지고 여기서 뭐 관세 관련 발언이라든지 시장 영향을 줄 만한 발언 나올 수 있기 때문에 모니터링 하면서 트레이딩에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 목표 수익권까지 천천히 지켜오면서 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 인터뷰 질의응답에 이제 뭐 무역 관련으로 중국 무역 휴전 연장 관련해서 어떻게 되는지 지켜보자 중국이 무역 문제에 대해 우호적으로 대하고 있다 라고 말한 바가 있습니다. 현재 인터뷰는 진행되고 있습니다. 아직 종료되지 않았습니다. 자, 그리고 러시아, 우크라이나 관련해서도 몇 가지 발언이 나오고 있습니다. 자, 푸틴 대통령과 정상회담 후에 젤렌스키, 푸틴 정상회담이 진행될 것이다. 필요하다면 해당 회의에 참석하겠다 라고 밝힌 사실이 있습니다. 현재 약수익권에서 수당 매도 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 현재 약수익권입니다. 수익권에서 목표 수익권에서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 타이밍에 맞게 수익 청산하신 분들은 좀 더 관망하시면 될 것 같고요. 청산 타이밍이 좀 늦어서 조금 더 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 하신 분들은 다음 진입비, 7차 진입비 대기해주시면 되시고요. 목표 수익권까지 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 좀 타이밍이 늦어져가지고 5계약 기준 약 100만원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 좀 더 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 안정화됐을 때 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 수익 청산입니다. 타이밍이 늦어서 1차로 수익 청산 사인 드리고 다시 타이밍에 맞게 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 자, 7차 진입뷰 대기해 보도록 하겠습니다. 7차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 7차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다. 자, 지켜보고 7차 진입뷰 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 매도 진입할 거고요. 진입 포인트는 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 이전과 동일하게 계약수는 5계약 운영하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 매도 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 730.25 매도 진입입니다. 자, 매도 진입 실시간 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 현재 트럼프 대통령 11시에 예정되어 있던 인터뷰 현재까지 진행되고 있습니다. 마지막으로 이제 시장 영향을 줄 만한 내용은 러시아 우크라이나 관련해 가지고 회담에 참여하겠다 발언한 이후에는 따로 확인되는 발언은 없습니다. 네, 매도 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 현재 매도 진입권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일시적인 반등 이후에 충분히 조정과 나와줄 수 있고 투자 전환까지 염두에 둘 수 있기 때문에 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
exports, but we understand he managed to negotiate down. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang negotiated to a 15% deal on a chip deal, confirming that 15% chip payment that will go from NVIDIA on an H20 to the
자, 현재 매도 5개야 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
but still has a market. But he thinks Jensen Huang is coming back to see him, he says, about the Blackwell chips. Let's go to Joe now, Joe Matthew, who is back to break it all down with us. There was a lot about Russia, there's a lot about geopolitics, but there's a lot about China as well. Joe, just for the technology audience, talk to us a little bit about what you learned in the NVIDIA context.
Well, he confirmed that 15%. So Bloomberg, as usual, was ahead of the curve with this reporting. But to go on to suggest that there could be a deal involving Blackwell, I think might be the closest thing that we have to news here. What he said is, I wouldn't make a deal with that, referring to Blackwell, although it's possible I would make a deal, he said. A somewhat enhanced, in a negative way, Blackwell taking off 30 to 50% of it, I think suggesting that somehow there would be a lower powered version of Blackwell. I suspect that Jensen Huang would have some things to say about that when they do meet again. But the idea here that we could see continued
갑작스런 반등 나와줬지만 여기서 눌림 여부 확인 후에 예상치 이탈 시에는 빠르게 청원 사인 드리고 재진입하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, Bloomberg's Balance of Power host Joe Matthew. The blow-by-blow of what President Trump had to say. Caro, there's a lot more coming up to discuss on the show.
It certainly is. NVIDIA, AMD, we return in a moment for their own Tom Giles. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value.
자, 전고점까지 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
PwC, so you can.
전고점까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Applications have been received positive reports in Kenya and UAE, and we are optimistic that we should be able to open the office in the fourth quarter. We think the Middle East have deep capital sources. It has strong logistics for trade, and it is a strong center for investment. And we are seeing increasingly the global GDP is increasingly becoming overweight in Asia and Middle East. So that linkage with the middle income segments growing in India and China will provide a very strong market.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
We're seeing pressure on the inflation side of our mandate. That's where our miss has been bigger, and it's been lasting for longer. We haven't hit on inflation in 4.5 years. What I hear from people is that the pain of inflation is really biting. And so we have to balance those two sides of our mandates when we think about setting correct policy. And we have to look at if we're missing, by how much, and for how long do we expect those misses to last.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Let's get back to our top story. Bloomberg had reported NVIDIA and AMD both agreed to pay 15% of their revenue from Chinese AI chip sales to the US government. In the last few minutes, President Trump has confirmed at least some of that in NVIDIA's case. Bloomberg's senior executive editor for tech, Tom Giles, is in San Francisco. What do we need to know?
Yeah, well, this has very little precedent. This demonstrates just how important the Chinese market is to these companies. They really want to be able to sell their most advanced chips into the Chinese market. They've hit a buzzsaw from the Trump administration, which has placed really strict limits on what they can and can't do. It's in the middle of negotiations with the Chinese government over tariffs, and so
자, 엔비디아 관련해서 연설 중에 나온 몇 가지 발언이 있는데 현재 포지션 정리 후에 정리해서 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
But this is going to complicate trade negotiations going forward.
We thank you, Tom Giles, for wrapping up the latest as DC crosses paths with San Francisco. But that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech Ed.
Yeah, the bit we didn't get to, we think Intel's CEO is going to meet with President Trump later today, so overnight we'll look for a read on that. So much to recap on the podcast, the focus on NVIDIA and AMD. You know where to find the pod. It's on Apple, Spotify, iHeart, and all of your Bloomberg platforms. From London and New York City, this is Bloomberg Tech.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee.
자, 목표 저항까지 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
We've always thought of ourselves as investors. We're simply trying to understand the dynamics behind different stocks, identify those that we think are long-term winners and long-term losers.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
자, 목표 저항점 이전에서 지금 눌림 나와주고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's get to the biggest stories right now in the more than $17 trillion global ETF industry. A summer lull. Investors in wait-and-see mode beyond this Monday as they await inflation data coming tomorrow.
So, of course, we will discuss the anticipation in these markets and how clients are demanding more access to private assets with Cynthia Murphy from TMX Verify.
And we will also look outside the U.S. when we talk with Fidelity's Greg Friedman, drilling down into his international ETF. All of that and more coming up. But as always, Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence, he's here with us now. He's looking at the flows. Eric, what do you got?
Katie, Scarlett, thank you. So, look, VU at the top, IVV number 2, more of the same. The term we use is comfortably bullish. One thing giving these bulls comfort, though, is they're also buying things like gold, and on here you can see short-term treasuries, right? So a lot of people are buying some risk off as they buy risk on. It's sort of like buying everything. That's why the ETF flows are almost 700 billion on the year, because you have both sides getting bought. XLC is also interesting. We haven't seen a lot of sector ETFs up here recently, but somebody has rotated into communications. And then look at small caps. Somebody's trying to make small caps happen again. We'll see if the 80th time it'll work. Let's look at the outflows here. We're going to see SPY and the Qs at the top, so a little trader money taking some profits here. This is the whole story of the year. It's never quite totally bullish, but it's leans net bullish. Soxel, some money coming out of semis, and here's financials. So somebody might have rotated from financials into
자, 2377이 이탈 시에는 빠르게 청원 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 23773 전 이탈 시에는 청원사 후에 재진입 하도록 하겠습니다.
Junk bonds, and risk off would be gold and cash and that kind of stuff. So you can see that this year, people are buying risk on and risk off a lot together. See how they're both up? That's kind of unique. Normally, it's one or the other. People move from one to the other. So I think a lot of this year can be defined by staying with the market, right? Staying invested, but buying a little, cash and gold to sort of make yourself feel better and give you that comfort, Katie. And I think that's the trade of this year.
Eric, thank you. Let's keep the conversation going now with Cynthia Murphy. She is investment strategist over at TMX Verify. And let's pick up right there, Cynthia. I think that's really interesting that investors are buying both their hedges and their risk-on assets kind of at an even clip right now. What do you think that says about the current market environment that we're in?
Hi, Katie. I think it's the perfect translation to the year of uncertainty. So, I don't know about you, but I'd never heard the word diversification thrown around more often than we have this year. And it's just that, markets keep defying all the negative narrative. We've tried to make it stick this year, all about tariffs and about economic growth slowing down and recession. And the markets keep going up, forging new highs. All-time highs are like such a common story. We barely blink at it anymore. And yet, we know folks are nervous about what if something actually happens. So I think it makes sense given that uncertainty has been our buzzword this year.
That's a really good point, but I'm curious what diversification looks like in August of 2025 versus, say, in April of 2025.
Last week we did an
자, 현재 긴 대응 예상됩니다. 여기서 추가적으로 눌림 나온다고 하더라도 긴 대응 예상되고요. 좀 참고하셔가지고 트레이딩에 참여하시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 금일 전체적으로 시장의 이슈나 기사 큰 움직임을 줄 만한 재료가 없기 때문에 긴 대응 예상됩니다. 수익 청산을 위해서 최대한 마무리까지 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다.
A space where I think there's a lot of friction really to get into the alternative space. There's a lot of due diligence, a lot of products that are not like the other, a lot of unique approaches. So we continue to see advisors going to that ultra short bond space, which is yielding a lot, more than 4.5%. And the cash-like exposure, we continue to talk about the amount of money sitting in money market funds today. Now we have money market ETFs, so that parking that cash on the sidelines, that sticking to the short end of the curve continue to be themes we're seeing when it comes to the diversification.
And Cynthia, last week we saw that executive order that's going to potentially allow private assets into 401k plans and crypto, really just opening a lot of Pandora's box there for retail to get outside of the 60-40. What do you make of this? Do you think this will see a lot of inflows, or will those target date funds that people like so much kind of stick really to stocks and bonds mostly, or do you think they're going to evolve?
You know, talk about Pandora's box. I love the philosophical conversation about, you know, opening 401k to everything out there, including private markets. You know, I love an access story. It's here, you can have it all. If you think about it, you know, is this the best place for things like these type of assets versus other ways to access like interval funds and stuff? Probably not. If you think about the purpose of a retirement fund, a defined contribution plan is capital growth, but it's primarily capital preservation for, you know, retirement income generation. So you don't want to necessarily go crazy with risk in those portfolios, especially as you approach retirement. That said, for a lot of folks, 401k is all they have. You know, a lot of investors out there, that is their entire nest egg in terms of investing and accessing markets. So they're missing out on a big portion of the market. So I see the argument for, hey, let's open up the space. I see the argument for asset managers in the alt space that are looking to broaden their asset base. So also great for them. But I cannot even begin to imagine what the implementation of that looks like because, you know, defined contribution plan sponsors, they're fiduciaries. So it's on them to go do the due diligence, to put the menu of options together for the investors, to figure out what makes sense. So it's a huge hurdle from idea to implementation.
It's a great point that it's not like switching a light switch necessarily. Cynthia, I do want to just meditate on the fact that, okay, we have this executive order. We could see private assets. We could see crypto in 401ks, but we still don't have ETFs in 401ks. It's interesting that this came first.
I think it's probably just a momentum story, if that even applies here, is just it's all about this regulatory push of, hey, we're friendly. We're going to be bringing down the gates, opening down barriers when it comes to regulatory framework for all sorts of things. And that crypto conversation is the hottest conversation this year. So I think it's kind of makes sense. And in truth, we haven't figured out the plumbing for how to put ETFs in 401ks, which also tells the story of how we're even going to do this, private assets in 401ks. So I think it's more of a conceptual, hey, this is what the crowd wants. Let's give it to them. Here's this legislation. This is an executive order. We're going to be really friendly to crypto.
자, 예상치는 현재 이탈을 하였습니다. 자, 이번 캔들까지 지켜보고 저항 받는지 체크해보도록 하겠습니다. 이번 캔들까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Curious. I mean, we're all looking at the rates. I continue to see the market looking for that 2-rate cut, and that's going to really kind of drive what the market's in the second half. I'm being kind of surprised with the resilience of the market in a year like 2025. The strength has been really interesting despite all odds. I don't really see the data really supporting 2-rate cuts this year. It seems like, it keeps defying the Fed, who's been really reluctant to go that route. So I think we're going to keep watching for that because that could be the catalyst for what comes next. Beyond that, I think in the ETF space specifically, I don't know what else we can come up with. I mean, the amount of product launches that have come to market has been dizzying and nearly impossible to keep up with, but a lot of things too that I don't even understand how anybody would begin to use it in a portfolio. So there's a lot of noise in our industry, a lot of product coming to market that it's been interesting to see our folks actually going to be using some of this stuff. So it's a different ETF world than it was, 10, 20 years ago. So it's been kind of a dizzying market all around.
Yeah. And every day is a new day. Cynthia, great to get some time with you. That is Cynthia Murphy of TMX Verify. Now coming up, gold in the headlines. And Bloomberg Intelligence says it's still a better hedge than Bitcoin. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
자, 여기서 추가 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 추가 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이전과 동일하게 5개야 추가 매도하도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 763.63입니다. 추가 매도입니다. 자, 추가 매도 사인 드렸습니다. 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens, I'm Matt Miller, the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld. It's time now for the ETF Brief, where I walk you through the trends and the stories that caught my eye in the ETF industry. And we start with LQD. This tracks investment-grade debt. It took in $1 billion on a single day last week. But as you can see, over the course of 2025, it's been a lot of two-way flow. We seem to be building in some sessions of inflows right now, but this fund has still lost $1.5 billion so far this year. So we'll keep a close eye on LQD. But let's talk a little bit about State Street. This is a really interesting story. State Street will replace Alps as the distributor of the Select Sector Spider funds. That is a lineup that counts 11 funds and over $300 billion of assets in its roster. Now, these fees, once paid to Alps, will now stay with State Street. So a little bit of a windfall there. And Scarlett, I want to end with gold. It's declining today after the White House suggested that bullion bars shouldn't face tariffs, but they said that they would give us some clarity on those headlines from Friday suggesting that actually they would tariff imports of gold. So there's just a lot of question marks, and you can see that expressed in GLD over the past 5 days.
Yeah, it's been all over the place, gold prices and GLD as well. So let's talk more about gold, especially its role here vis-a-vis other assets like maybe Bitcoin, with Athanasios Sarafagis of Bloomberg Intelligence. And Athanasios, you recently wrote a research report saying Bitcoin is not likely to save you when the market does go down. Talk a little bit about gold and its role here, especially in light of the confusing headlines that we've been getting from the White House.
Yeah, sure. And I know Bitcoin comes up like, is it an inflation hedge? Is it a market hedge? I don't know. But we wanted to test it against the market, right? So what happens when the market goes down?
자, 현재 시장에 뭐 크게 상승을 줄 만한 모멘텀이 전혀 없습니다.
Gold tends to do better. Maybe, you know, the S&P is up today, but maybe today's not the perfect example. But over time, gold did end up holding up better.
금일 지속적으로 말씀드리고 있지만 시장에 이렇게 큰 상승 모멘텀을 줄 이유가 전혀 없기 때문에 홀딩 대응하고 있습니다. 질의응답, 그 트럼프 대통령 인터뷰 질의응답 마지막에는 이제 엔비디아 관련해서 신형 칩에 대해서는 거래를 하지 않겠다 밝힌 사실도 있고요. 그리고 H20 칩 승인 대가로 20%를 요구했으나 15%로 최종적으로 합의를 했다 라고 말한 부분도 확인이 되고 있습니다. 시장에 상승이 될 만한 재료는 전혀 확인되지 않습니다.
I said it's a hedge against the global money printer,
or a belief system too, right?
Yeah, it's also a little bit of a religion, and some people call it a psychological asset.
금일 별다른 중요 지표나 뭐 여러 가지
and it is limited at 21 million. So and the government can't mess with it. I think people
시장에 여러 가지 작용을 줄 만한 재료가 없다 보니 의미 없는 모멘텀이 없는 상승이 나와주고 있는데 홀딩하면서 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 모멘텀이 없는 상승에는 무조건 조정을 통과하게 되어 있고요. 조정 구간 기다려보면서 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, tariffs on gold imports were coming, and then Scarlett and I anchored the close together, and actually we were waiting clarification. In that intervening period, I spoke with Michael Saylor of Strategy, and he made the point that you can't tariff cyberspace, I think were his terms. So, I mean, you think about crypto, and in this new brand new world where actually you could tariff gold imports, I guess either one of you can answer this. I mean, crypto has to appeal to its fan base of, this is kind of outside the government.
Yeah, no doubt. That's part of its appeal. But you could tax it. It's not like it's not totally outside of this system. It's just the government can't dilute it by making more Bitcoin, and that's what people like, because the governments love to dilute currencies.
So I'm curious, how many people wrote back to you after you published that research?
I thought I'd get more hate mail, but no, it wasn't bad. But it did well. It was well read, and I think people just appreciate the different angle, right? Like just seeing how Bitcoin, as it's becoming more adopted, it's going to start to behave differently, right? So I just think people wanted to see how it actually behaves in the market.
All right, Athanasios Sarafagis of Bloomberg Intelligence, always with the great research headlines. Really appreciate your joining us today. Still ahead on ETF IQ, a reminder that you can listen to Eric and Joel Weber on Trillions. It is their podcast that covers the industry, but we are going to talk about investing in international stocks next. This is ETF IQ.
In case you missed it on The Close.
Hotel Chocolat has had a presence overseas for quite some time, not necessarily so in the United States. Was the Mars deal what facilitated that rollout, or was that already in the works?
Partnering up with Mars has unlocked it for us. I've had a personal, long-held ambition for our brand to win in America and to bring everything that our brand stands for to the American consumer. We've got, the wind in our sails and can see very clearly the gap in the market.
With regards to your retail strategy, there's the drinks and the chocolate wall and all this other stuff you have to choose from. It's an experience. Are all the stores sort of structured that way?
We make our physical stores do a particular job for our brand, and the job is connecting with the community.
자, 실시간 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 충분히 조정 구간 나올 수 있기 때문에 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Don't miss The Close, live every weekday.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachian Zahran, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu along with Katie Greifeld.
And Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence with us now for today's drill down, where we focus on one ETF. Eric, what do you got?
Katie, today we're looking at an international active ETF from Fidelity, FENI, the Enhanced International ETF. Classic active strategy here. I thought we should do international because we haven't covered it in a while, and it's having a really good year. If we look here, active, yes, that's how you know. 29 bips. That is cheap for active, especially for Fidelity. I mean, a lot of these funds typically charge a lot more in the mutual fund wrapper. You can see the inception, it's an older fund. I believe it converted from a mutual fund. And then here's the market cap, $3.6 billion. We have a phrase in the team, they grow up so fast. That's a lot of money. You open some of these and they're bigger than you think. Let's look at the cross-section of what it invested. So international, here are the countries. This is the key. Japan, UK, Germany, France, Switzerland. So this will differ a little from, say, the EFA, which is generally the developed market international benchmark. And you can see the exposures you get here. You definitely get a lot of banks when you go international. They rule international exposures, but you get a lot of other industries. Look at the PE here, 16. Again, that's really low compared to the US. That's what people like international and has room to run. Let's look at the performance of this versus the EFA and versus the S&P this year. So you can see it's up 24, a little better than its benchmark, so that's good. And they're both crushing the US market. That said, since April 7th, the US has come back big time. And if you zoom out the U.S. would dominate both of those. But still, Katie, this is a good sign for international having this nice run this year.
All right, Eric, thank you. And joining us to talk about this ETF, I'm pleased to say, is Greg Friedman. He is head of ETF management and strategy over at Fidelity. Greg, great to see you in person.
Thanks for having me.
So we'll talk about the strategy of this fund, but as Eric mentioned, you converted this from a mutual fund at the end of 2023. So it's been just about 2 years here. Talk us through that experience. What have the past 2 years looked like for this fund?
I mean, the fund's had, fantastic returns. It's beat its benchmark, in every category, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year. It's a 5-star rated by Morningstar. So the performance has been strong. We did convert it in 2023. The fund was originally established in 2007. So it's got a great heritage and history of outperforming its benchmark.
I want to go back to what Eric highlighted, which is since April 8th, the U.S. has really more than caught up with the rest of the world after lagging for most of the year. To what extent are investors, especially those outside the U.S., underweight the U.S. market versus the rest of the world?
Well, we look as a building block. So this enhanced fund, which is a quantitative active strategy, is a one of 8 products that's in a suite. So our clients are looking at is how do I put a portfolio together? These are low tracking error, about 1 to 2%. The overweight, underweight against the benchmark are about 1%. So allows them to get the outperformance while protecting the downside. So when you're looking at the question of
자, 현재 조정 구간 돌입할 수 있다고 판단되어서 시장 전개 어떻게 흘러가는지 보고 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
The Home Rule Act, you can't just take over the police department. You get to do it for 48 hours. Do it for 48 hours in the case of an emergency, which the president says he has here. So I don't know if this would be a rolling kind of re-upping it every 2 days, or if this will be a 48-hour event. I'll let you know as we learn it. The president had a lot to say, though, and he was talking tough about recent crime here in the Capitol. Here he is from a short time ago in the briefing room.
Told them, whatever happens, you know, they... Told them, whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard.
You spit and we'll hit. Not a fan of the city, which he describes as filthy, crime-ridden scumbags and homeless people everywhere, now promising, quote, full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, deploying efforts across the district with an overwhelming presence. We'll talk to Ashley Davis about this. She spent a good chunk of her career in national security, but of course is a Republican strategist and can talk politics with us here on Balance of Power, and does so frequently at S3 Group, former special assistant to the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Ashley, it's great to see you. You'd be running around right now if you still had your old job, because DHS and every other agency in town with law enforcement is apparently going to be part of this. More than 12 agencies, we understand. Do you, I think you live here too, Ashley, do you feel like you live in this sort of dystopian, crime-ridden city? Does this actually justify an emergency and the use of the National Guard?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Joe. Nice to see you as always. I've been here 25 years. I live in the city. I definitely think over the last 5 years especially, the crime has gotten worse. I understand the statistics that it's gone down over the last 2 years. However, it was at a really big height for a while. And you know as well as I do, the carjacking and the homelessness here at our nation's capital is something that is a huge concern. I actually think the president and the mayor, Mayor Bowser, do have a respective relationship to each other, especially this term. There was a little bit of a friction when he was leaving last time, but they've built a really good relationship. But what I keep calling, and who I've been saying this for years, we have a city council that is the council of no consequences. They have absolutely taken the power away of our police force to actually punish the crimes that people are doing. And so the mayor's hands are even tied in regards to homelessness, carjacking. I mean, my biggest issue that I've been learning about over the last 6 months is the fact that landlords in Washington, D.C., it takes 2 years to get tenants that are squatting out of their property. So there are situations that definitely need to be changed. If you go on the metro, I don't often, Joe, I don't know if you do. If you jump over the turnstile and don't feel like paying, the city council has put in no consequence rules over people doing that. There's lawlessness here. I'm not sure if it goes to the point of the National Guard at the moment, but I do think that there are things that need to be under control that the city council won't let the mayor do. So I think that she's
You mentioned
probably,
the crime
I don't
statistics, Ashley, and I'm glad that you did, because the president was spending a lot of time talking about 2-year-old data, and that was the peak, right? 2023. This is when you and I and everyone else around here we were talking about carjackings and casual conversation. We've seen a pretty big drop since then. The 2025 crime stats will show you that. All crime down from last year by 7%. Violent crime last year down 26%. Assault with a weapon down 20% from last year. Are you suggesting, though, that these levels are still high enough? Because I think we saw violent crime was at a 30-year low, but you're coming down from such lofty levels, I think is your point, Ashley, that something still needs to be done here. Would it help the president to cite all of this data and not look at something 2 years old?
Potentially, and again, I don't know the data since post-COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, and it's something I would like to dig into, for sure, because I think it's really important information. But again, I go back to not just violent crimes. Obviously, I mean, I've had several friends that have been carjacked. Obviously, there's 7 people that have been killed during hijackings and carjacking. So I think that this is something that has to get under control. But again, if you don't have any consequences, if you do not punish even small crimes, then there's lawlessness in the city. So I think what he's trying to do, obviously there was a tipping point last week with the former staffer who was beat up in the streets. But I think that there are certain, and there was also an intern for one of our members of Congress that was murdered, about a month ago. So there is serious crime here. I think what he's trying to do is also get rid of the homelessness. I mean, if you look at the mayor's ability to do that, she has very limited ability to get rid of the homeless. I mean, because I was talking about this for months. Why are there so many homeless camps? And first of all, for the health of the homeless, but also for making the city safe. And her hands are tied because of some of the legislation that City Council passed.
Understood. Although I will say that there actually was a pretty large encampment right in front of this building in a small park that the city did move out some time ago. As we understand with the Home Rule Act, Ashley, the president can federalize the city's police department, Metro Police here, in 48-hour increments, retaining the power to supersede City Hall for discrete periods of time, not this open-ended thing. Do we know how this is going to work? Do you just re-up every 48 hours here? And how will that help the police to be federalized?
Well, I think there's 2 questions. He could continue to do the 48 hours. I don't know how long he will do that because there's not, as you mentioned at the beginning, there's not riots in the streets right now or anything like that. But I'm assuming he'll use the National Guard to completely move out the homeless camps. I have no idea 100%, but that's what I'm assuming he's going to use. He's not going to continue doing this for 48 hours, I wouldn't think, for the next 6 months. And the police, if he is able to, because of the home rule, change the ability to prosecute some of what City Council again has put in place, if he is able to overturn their ability to prosecute for some of these various smaller crimes, then I think I would think the police would welcome that. Obviously, I think everyone's talking about right now the federal government, the city does not want to be big-footed by the federal government, but there are things that just need to be changed and go back to how they were even 5 years ago.
Do we need to relook at the Home Rule Act? Because with some of the things the president has suggested, this Congress could repeal Home Rule, and the president can do whatever he wants with this city, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why Washington is what Washington is. So yes, but under this administration as well as the current makeup of the House and Senate, I think that you've already seen it happen several times this year, where Congress has stripped funding for things that the government, the City Council won't do in Washington D.C. I think that you'll continue to see that happening.
자, 여기서 충분히 조정 구간 돌입 가능성 있다고 판단돼서 지켜보고 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, you even look what happened with bringing the commanders back. I mean, there was so much. Again, I feel like I'm an advertisement for the mayor, but I think she really tries to bring in what she's trying to change in this city, and she needs the ability to do it. So.
I'll be really curious to see how she handles this. Yeah, it's an interesting relationship between these two, and this is going to be a big test for Muriel Bowser. Ashley, it's great to have you. I thought we'd be talking about Russia and all kinds of things today. You just never know what you're going to get in this Washington, but with the help of Ashley Davis, we make our way through it. S3 Group Republican strategist. Thank you, Ashley, for the insights. We're going to assemble our panel next and take the temperature of Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We haven't even talked about the IRS. Did you know that Another chief has been lost at the Internal Revenue Service. Billy Long says, happy birthday. Thanks for the fishes.
자, 관세 관련해서 속보 나온 게 하나 있습니다. 자, 브라질 재무장관하고 미 재무장관, 베센트 재무장관과의 회의가 취소되었다고 합니다. 취소되고 새로운 일정은 잡히지 않았다고 확인되는 속보가 하나 있습니다. 자, 관세 리스크로 작용할 수 있겠죠. 해당 속보는. 자, 현재 약수익권 진입하였습니다. 조금 더 목표 수익권까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 약수익권 진입하였습니다.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. Traders bracing for key inflation data of left stocks wavering near records with the S&P up 8 right now.
자, 조금 더 지켜보고
97 was trading briefly above 6400.
목표 수익권 결시에 수익 청산 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 수익권에서 대응이 나오고 있습니다.
0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 65 for Nasdaq, an advance right now of 0.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index higher by 0.7%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.25%. And ahead of the CPI report tomorrow morning, we've got the 2-year 3.74%. Gold is now down 1.6%, 33.43 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.08 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin now at 120,000, up by 1.4%. Certainly investors are keeping an eye on trade and tariffs. Apple very much in focus. Dan Ives is global head of tech research at Wedbush Securities. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
When you come down to the U.S.-China trade negotiations, much when we talk about chips and the 15%, NVIDIA and AMD, and Apple is key to the whole thing because they're now going to be, I think, a front row seat out of a lot of these negotiations now with Cook.
자, 여기서 수익 청산 후에 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 긴등 수익 청산 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 긴등 수익 청산 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인입니다.
And a deal to secure export licenses. Again, recapping S&P little change.
수익 청산입니다.
1%
수익
for
청산입니다.
on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host as Balance of Power continues.
자, 8차 진입뷰 대기해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 8차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Charlie Pellet watching the street for us, and he'll have more coming up top of the hour. We do this every day, live from Washington on Balance of Power, and with Charlie's help, we meet the connection between Washington and.
자, 말씀드렸듯이 의미 없는 상승에는 모멘텀 상승에는 반드시 조정 구간은 동반하기 때문에 홀딩 대응
When you get to YouTube, find the program. Just set it up and let it roll all day.
홀딩 대응 진행하였습니다.
Pause it, back it up, whatever. It's the coolest thing going out there. Before they find out, make sure you get on board. Happy birthday, Billy Long, 70 years old. The former congressman from Missouri, celebrating a birthday today as he packs his bags for Iceland. This is not exactly how this was supposed to work out.
자, 8차 진입표 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 시장 분석 후에 8차 진입표 사인드리도록
He was
하겠습니다.
the fifth man to lead the IRS so far this calendar year. Scott Bessent is now the sixth. Yeah, you might have heard. Late Friday, the Treasury Secretary got a new job running the Internal Revenue Service after Billy Long, a good friend of President Trump's, held the job for all of 2 months. Apparently, even though they are quite close, he's a big MAGA supporter, he was not comfortable with providing, or maybe the people around him weren't, providing sensitive taxpayer information to the administration. Refusing to comply with a White House request, I read in the Washington Post, to provide more taxpayer information for tens of thousands of suspected illegal immigrants requested by DHS. They wanted him to double check, well, whole
자,
list
여기서
of
매도
names.
진입해보도록 하겠습니다. 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 진입가 745.25, 723-745.25입니다. 745.25 매도 5계약 진입입니다.
An agreement that the IRS had with DHS. They were asking for more. He said no. And just like that, we have a new IRS
자,
director.
추가 눌린 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 매도
Packet his bags for
5계약
Iceland, he said on Friday. I'm assuming this is still the case.
대응
that
이어나가도록
President Trump
하겠습니다.
intended to nominate him as the U.S. ambassador to Iceland. Long jokingly posting on social media that he called Trump to ask to join ICE. You know, immigration, customs, enforcement. Quote, I guess he thought I said Iceland, Long wrote. Oh well. He is a multi-talented individual, by the way, and I don't know what kind of an auction system they have going in Reykjavik, but I'll tell you what, they've got a pro coming. He was an auctioneer, professional auctioneer, and for that matter, a real estate developer. Billy Long never thought I'd spend this much time talking about him, and a couple of years ago, they held a hearing on Capitol Hill. Jack Dorsey, of all people, was up there testifying, and this turned into a true riot. This is the zoo that is Washington, when the now famous Laura Loomer walked up. Let's watch what happened. Go for it, CC. Let's play.
30. Yep, $30 down here, 2.5, 35, 7.5, 40. Cut 3 1/4 now, half, 3 1/2, 75, 400. Yeah, but a 4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. We're selling the cell phone there.
That's Billy Long, the auctioneer. Got a big round of applause, by the way. I wish I had time to play the whole thing. He went on there for quite some time. It's a true skill to shut down.
자, 매도 진입권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 매도 진입권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. What do you think here, Rick? I don't know if you know how to do an auction call, but did Billy Long have any idea what he was getting into when he signed up to run the IRS?
You know, he can get along with anybody, so I think that he didn't really care. IRS, ISIS, whatever, join it. Let's see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of confusion in Washington, but I don't think anything's more confusing than the Billy Long story today. And look, I mean, he didn't have a lot of experience around taxes to be the commissioner of the IRS. So there are a lot of people who are probably today breathing a sigh of relief that he's on his way to something with an ICE in it.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, of course, has all kinds of time on his hands, Jeannie. Should he be the man running the IRS just as we get to the tax filing season with a whole new tax law on the books?
Yeah, he's sort of becoming the new Marco Rubio. You know, keep putting positions on him, new positions, and see how he can do it. You know, the fact is that this was never a good fit with Long, and everybody knew it. Not only didn't he have the experience, he didn't really even suggest that he had the interest. There was a time during the short tenure he had when he was off at an auctioneering conference and then making announcements prior to the White House announcing them. And then just Thursday, before this all happened, letting IRS officials or workers off to enjoy Friday, as he calls it, so they could celebrate his birthday today. So, you know, I don't think that he was the right person for the job, as gregarious and upbeat as he may be and as likable as he may be. And so they've shipped him off somewhere else. And I suspect the president will be looking for somebody who can implement so many of the big changes in the big, beautiful bill. You know, I think everybody in the country should breathe a sigh of relief because there's a lot of changes coming. And these are changes that are not just adaptations, but whole-fledged changes, like the no tax on tips. That's a whole new policy that has to be implemented. So you want somebody at the helm who knows what they're doing and who is prepared to do the job. And Mr. Long is going to sail off to the Icelandic sunset and be very happy in beautiful Iceland.
Hey, it's very beautiful over there, the Blue Lagoon. I mean, maybe he won't want to come home, but you know, Jeannie makes a great point here, Rick. We talked to the Deputy Treasury Secretary, Michael Faulkner, about this recently. It's his job, actually, to start.
현재 악수익권 진입하였습니다. 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 현재 악수익권 진입하였습니다.
Next year, and when we get to filing season and creep up on April 15th, that there's a massive backlog. And, you know, look, we've heard this story before, but after the Doge cuts that just followed, after the musical chairs or the revolving door or whatever we call it at the top of the IRS, is this an agency that's prepared for the season?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. As you point out, 25,000 fewer IRS employees than there were a year ago, and an appetite in Congress to make that even smaller in the next fiscal year. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a real challenge for the IRS to be able to perform the basic functions of the agency. And I think that Secretary Bessent's going to have his hands full to ensure that the trains run on time. I mean, one of the things that got Billy Long in trouble was talking about starting the tax season at later next year, and I mean caught everybody by surprise. Well, that's a big deal to businesses and individual taxpayers, and so the combination of a new tax bill with a lot of new quirks in it, as Jeannie points out, is not a slam dunk when you have an agency running at full speed. So. This administration tends to create challenges that only they themselves can solve, and they've done that here, both with the restructuring of the IRS, but also, as you point out, the sixth in a line so far in 7 months of this administration's leadership at IRS.
Just imagine working in an office where within 6 months you saw your sixth boss show up. I don't know what that does for morale, Jeannie. But I'm pretty sure I know what funding cuts do here. And, Rick just mentioned the cuts to personnel. The administration's budget proposal here for next fiscal year would cut IRS funding by more than half once we get to 2027 relative to this year, including a 65% cut in operations support. We know the phone's been ringing off the hook at Social Security. What's this going to do to the IRS?
These cuts can be devastating depending on how they are executed. And of course, you mentioned, 6 new bosses in a few months. Imagine having a quarter of your fellow employees all of a sudden are no longer with you. And all of that work still needs to be done, plus more that has been hoisted on top of the IRS. And the one thing that makes so little sense about any of this, Joe, is that there are very few agencies in the federal government which bring in revenue, but this is one of them. And this is a president who is bent on bringing in revenue, and rightly so. And yet to cut in this way, operations funding, personnel, and to appoint somebody on top of it who everybody knows had zero background in this ultimately falls on the president. And I'm glad he took this step quickly, pulled the Band-Aid off quickly, but it is really up to the president to fix this IRS. But he's fixing something that he's had a large hand in breaking. And where are these revenues? That's what's got to come in. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the president hopefully is going to be looking for somebody who can resurrect this agency and bring in these revenues that the U.S. is depending on.
Well, Rick, does Billy Long deserve some credit for refusing to hand over a confidential taxpayer information, or is the story more nuanced than that?
Well, I'm sure there are going to be people who applaud his willingness to protect taxpayer information. Not totally clear to me, and in the reporting that I've read, what that information was going to be used for. So it may or may not be a more controversial item. I don't know. But one thing for sure is he'll take credit for having a great tax year, because as the last guy out, I mean, 2025 is going to be receipts up over 200 billion more than last year. So at the end of the day, kudos to the IRS for slogging through it. They've increased tax revenues from 2024 by not insignificant amount. And so, let's see what the
자, 현재 약보합권에서 수익권 왔다 갔다 하고 있습니다. 대응 길게 가져가 보도록 하겠습니다.
because Secretary Bessett's going to be pretty busy beating up on a lot of countries right now to get trade deals.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, we're going to end up with Scott Bessett, Marco Rubio, the only 2 employees of the administration, Jeannie. They'll just have every title. They can split them up between them. Are you worried that a loyalist, I thought Billy Long was a loyalist, he was handpicked by Donald Trump, that another loyalist might come into the agency here and actually provide the information that Long was asked to provide?
Yeah, I think that's the concern. The president, as we know, throughout this administration, his focus is not on appointing the people who are most skilled at or most qualified to do these jobs, but who are most loyal to him. It is understandable when you are running anything that you want people loyal to you, but you can't put that above qualifications and expertise, because this is what you end up with. And again, there's a good reason that the IRS is not used to track down immigration, illegal immigrants. And that is because its main job is to take in the funding that all of our lives depend on. And anytime you take a step to use it to crack down on illegal immigration, you undermine their ability to take in funds. And so I think the president has to think very carefully about how he moves forward, because this is the most important agency in the government for what he hopes to do.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our great panel. We'll be back in our second hour. We haven't even brought up the public safety emergency in D.C., and I'm deeply curious to hear what you both have to say about it. The National Guard being deployed in Washington. We'll have much more on that ahead on Blue.
자, 목표 수익권까지 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 수익청산 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익청산 사인드립니다. 수익청산입니다. 수익청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익청산입니다. 자, 9차 진입뷰 대기해보도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 기사정리 및 시장 분석하고 있어가지고 9차 진입뷰는 잠시 후에 빠르게 분석 및 시장 분석 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Live from Washington, D.C. This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
자, 9차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다.
Most important meeting of his presidency. Welcome to the Monday edition on the early side here on Balance of Power. As we look to Friday's summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, we'll talk about the stakes and chances for peace with Brett Bruen from the Global Situation Room coming up in just a moment. Chip makers NVIDIA and AMD will pay the administration to sell AI chips in China. We're going to talk about the quid pro quo today with Jennifer Welch at Bloomberg Economics. And as President Trump deploys National Guard troops to the streets of D.C., We'll talk about his public safety emergency and what it means for the capital city with our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We get to Charlie Pellet and the markets right now from world headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day, Joe Matthew. Right now we're looking at a U.S. stock market little changed ahead of key inflation data, the CPI report tomorrow morning. S&P right now up 2 points at 63.92. Any advance today will be another record. We've got the S&P up just under 0.1%. The Dow up down 127 right now. Dow Industrials are declining by 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index trading at a record. NASDAQ right now up 39. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher by 0.7%. 10-year currently yielding 4.25% with a 2-year 3.74%. Gold is down $53 the ounce, $33.44 for the precious metal, a drop of 1.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, $64.10 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin higher by 1.4%, just under $120,000 on Bitcoin. Joe mentioned chips, specifically AMD and NVIDIA. Both those companies are higher. Micron raising its fiscal fourth quarter revenue, earnings, gross margin, and operating expense outlook, citing improved pricing. Shares of Micron Technology, MU on the ticker, up now by 3.1%. Recapping, little change for the U.S. stock market as measured by the S&P, up 2 points now, up under 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet a little bit from now to check on the Monday trade as we keep our eyes on NVIDIA and AMD. As soon as I saw this headline this morning, I started wondering what the stock reaction would be. And remarkably, there hasn't been much reaction because this is unprecedented. What's coming from the White House today? The president a short time ago confirming this news that NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government. The U.S. government is getting in the chip business, apparently. And these are the AI chips that at one time were being held from China, not allowed in the market. The H20, for instance, as export controls were turned up in the name of national security. We've come a long way from that moment. President Trump, in an unrelated news conference, was asked about it earlier today. Listen.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market.
The comments about Blackwell, remarkable in their own right, as we bring in Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo-Economist. Jenny, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. I can't imagine what you're thinking about this. We'll get to Blackwell. Let's start with the H20 and what we know. I'm hearing things like quid pro quo, unprecedented. Both of those are true, right? These are companies that are essentially paying for access. Pay to play is the new rule.
Yeah, in two ways. Pay to play in the sense of, getting the White House to agree to essentially allow them to sell their chips to China, and in the sense of getting them access to the Chinese market. As you noted, it was only actually a few months ago that we decided to not allow the H20 chips to be sold to China. As President Trump noted, they are not as powerful as the cutting-edge chips, but they're still pretty powerful, and that was the reason behind initially banning the export of them.
Just weeks ago, by the way.
Yes,
we were talking about
not that long ago, exactly. Now this scheme seems enabled to allow the U.S. government to reap a lot of revenue, allow NVIDIA and AMD to also reap revenue from selling to the Chinese market, and China to gain from having access to these still pretty powerful chips.
The idea of, he's talking about Blackwell, which is the the newest and best that NVIDIA has, and there's quite a backlog to get them. It just gives you the sense that he's willing to make a deal on just about anything.
Yeah,
First
national
he said
security
he wouldn't.
is a price tag.
Well, that's right. So is that the case here? And Jenny, to the extent that this is legal, do we know, is this constitutional?
So on the first question, it does seem like it's sort of a commoditizing export controls or national security policies. And we saw that earlier this year, in fact, where the Trump administration put in place some export controls that were explicitly about building leverage in talks with China, and then they immediately rolled them off once they got to an agreement in London with the Chinese on a true trade truce in order to get the rare earths to flow back in, right? So we have seen this before from this team. On the second question of legality, that's an interesting one because this very much looks like an export tax, which isn't constitutional, but it's also technically, it seems, a voluntary agreement by these companies. So maybe that's the legality on which it stands. I think the question that I would be asking.
장중에 나온 속보들 정리 한번 하고 트레이딩에 나가도록 하겠습니다. 잠깐 장중 속보들 정리하고 트레이딩 이어서 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
No.
Special NVIDIA account somewhere in the White House?
Unclear, yes.
Okay.
Unclear.
Unclear where the money goes, unclear where the line is, I'm guessing then, because it seems to me if 15% gets you to sell H20s in China, would 50% be enough to sell Blackwells in Beijing?
Right, and it wasn't clear when President Trump was talking at that press conference. Some of it might have been about the capacity of the chip itself, how powerful it is. But
자, 실적 발표는 지우고 장중에 나온 뉴스들 정리 한번 하도록 하겠습니다.
This was the trade truce that was to be expiring tomorrow, but there's talk of it being extended. What's your expectation?
I think it looks very likely it's going to be extended. Certainly the chief negotiators for that deal, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, have indicated they expect that President Trump will approve an extension. Maybe he's just trying to make the Chinese sweat a little bit by holding out to the last moment. But all signs seem to point to he doesn't want an escalation of that trade war. He wants some sort of deal. You know, he was talking about soybeans earlier. We've seen that there's been probably some ongoing conversations about U.S. export controls. So I think all signs are pointing positive, but as with everything President Trump, you never know until he says the last word on it.
Well, that's for sure. What should we be looking for, though, in the next couple of days when it comes to China specifically? Because we were said this was the big one. It would take months, if not years, to actually get to a real trade deal with China, but we've been seeing these framework arrangements that maybe something emerges in the next week or so. What stage are we at in this game?
My expectation is a little bit more calibrated, that I think they're probably going to extend the truce to give themselves more time to negotiate and work towards some sort of deal that perhaps the leaders, if they do meet later this fall, can announce. That might involve something like purchase agreements, export control rules, maybe something from China on fentanyl as well.
Sure.
But I think more along those lines, probably still going to take some time to get there.
Really interesting. Jenny, thank you so much. Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geo Economist. This is why we have Jenny handy, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. It's not always that easy when it comes to the confusion around tariffs, in this case, potential export tax. We're watching shares of both NVIDIA and AMD, and they're moving higher. Thought this might weigh on the shares this morning when the headline first broke. NVIDIA right now up about 0.3%, almost $1. AMD is doing pretty well. It's up 1.5%, up more than $2 a share. You can read a lot more about this on the terminal. It is one of the biggest stories of the day. NVIDIA, AMD to pay 15% of China AI chip sales. The other big one, of course, brings us to the end of the week, and that would be Friday. We now know that the meeting will take place in Alaska. We don't have a lot of other details at this point. The president will be wheels up to Alaska Friday, and at some point during the day, we don't have a time either. He will be in a room with Vladimir Putin, talking about, presumably, the end of the war in Ukraine. The president did get into this earlier at his news conference in the briefing room. Let's listen.
You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification.
Beautification, indeed, he has been talking about today. Brett Bruin has spent a career as a diplomat and now a consultant in this field, the president of the Global Situation Room former White House Global Engagement Director, with us in studio here in the mean streets of Washington. Brett, great to see you.
Yeah, survived the trip over.
We got out from the mean streets of Old Town to the dystopian center of Washington. Congratulations. I've got a lot of questions for you, and I suspect you've got some questions that need to be answered as well. This was initially framed as a win for Putin just to get in a room with Donald Trump. Now we're the host nation. How is this going to unfold on Friday in Alaska?
Well, let's start with that, because normally in diplomacy, you would hold that back. A trip to the United States. We all remember when Trump raised the prospect in his first term of the Taliban coming to Camp David, and there were a lot of us sitting around. Maybe the reason they didn't come was that's just so strategically stupid. And now we're inviting the leader of a country that's invaded an ally, not to sign an agreement, not because he's made major concessions, just to feel each other out, according to the president earlier today. That's not the sort of thing that you do in sequential order. You start with the substance, and then you get to the superficial stuff.
Right. They should, I guess in the traditional sense, be showing up with an agreement already in hand, coming here to codify this agreement. Will there be other people in the room? Will this go on for hours? What do you expect?
Well, we know from past meetings, even past telephone calls, Trump likes to go mano a mano with Putin. Maybe a Russian translator in there, which means there are no American eyes or ears on that conversation. Concerning, yes. Who will be in the room? Probably Marco Rubio, not least of which because he holds like 11 different cabinet positions at the moment. But also on top of that, look, the question of Volodymyr Zelensky. We are talking about Ukraine, and yet Ukraine still is a question mark. You know, and it's interesting, J.D. Vance yesterday saying, well, we'll kind of see and work that out. No, that's something you work out before you extend the invitation to Putin. And the price of Putin getting to come to the U.S. is sitting at a table with Volodymyr Zelensky. And the notion that they haven't worked these things out ahead of time is just really perplexing.
He just said this morning that the next meeting would likely be between Putin and Zelensky as he saw it, or all three of them, because he'd be glad to show up and help to mediate this. He's approaching this as the man who wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Does that bring its own liability?
Well, let me disabuse those around this town who are floating the idea that the Nobel Committee, a committee of Swedes, Norwegians, who believe firmly in things like anti-colonialism, are going to give a guy who's threatening to colonize not one, not two, but multiple countries the Peace Prize. Because when we talk about peace, we're not just talking about, you know, this kind of superficial social post that Trump puts out there and claims that it's a peace deal. We're talking about real substantive peace deals. And Joe, you and I have had conversations about this, but you know, when we're involved in peace deals, there are chapters, there are whole volumes that are involved with, you know, borders as well as how exchanges of troops and the whole confidence building measure. None of that is here with any of these deals.
Well, in the meantime, Volodymyr Zelensky is sitting in his office reading stories about freezing lines in place that we're going to hand over the Donbass and Crimea. And the president referred to these so-called land swaps. He was asked about this earlier today, Brett. Let's listen to what he said.
The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap.
자, 시장 영향이 줄 만한 속보들, 장중에 나온 속보들 정리해서 올려드렸습니다. 해당 부분 참고하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 자, 부차 진입비용 대기 이어서 하도록 하겠습니다.
Are we talking about Donbass and Crimea in exchange for Zaporizhia or something very lopsided? What does he mean by swapping?
Just to be clear, it is 2025. It is not 1825.
Yeah.
The President of the United States does
자, 이외에도 마리화나 관련해가지고 나온 그 기자회견에서 발언한 게 있는데 해당 부분은 뺐습니다.
It is critically important that Trump understand what he can and what he cannot negotiate away. And at the end of the day, not only Ukraine but our European allies.
자, 9차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다. 9차 진입뷰 진입 사인되도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 매도 진입할 거고요. 매도 여기서 5계약 매도 진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 5계약입니다. 진입가 730.00 730.00. 자, 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 자, 매도 진입 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
Yes, because in the sense that we faced back in the run-up to World War II with Adolf Hitler, with the threat that he posed, a clear and present danger. But what Putin does is actually in many ways more nefarious, because he is, yes, in some cases like in Ukraine, directly attacking a sovereign country, but in others he's undermining from inside. And that includes in the United Kingdom and other parts of Europe. And here in the United States, that again is why it is so strange that you would invite Vladimir Putin to American territory while he is still actively working to undermine our institutions, our ideals, the borders of the United States. I mean, I think it was somewhat of a Freudian slip today when Trump suggested he was going to Russia. I certainly hope that Alaskan territory, American territory, is not in the cards with these land swaps. But, you know, I do have to say, at least in the Munich agreement, there was a European and American consensus about the rights of certain countries, about international law. There is not currently, and that's what makes this moment.
자, 매도 진입과 목표가까지 길게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 매도 진입 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 시장 영향을 끼칠 만한 장중 주요 뉴스들 참고 부탁드리겠습니다.
So here's the funny thing. Trump now, a good 200 days into his term, is starting to realize, yes, you can bluster, you can bulldoze over our allies, but then it comes back to bite you in the rear end because they are not going to cooperate in other ways. And yes, he can certainly, with Ursula von der Leyen and the European Union, try to impose his 15% tariffs, one-way tariffs, on the EU. But they, in this notion of reciprocity in international relations, are able to find ways to be less cooperative on fronts that we need them.
Fascinating. I'd love to talk to you once this meeting takes place. This is why we bring in Brett Bruin. Fascinating conversation. We always learn something from Brett at the Global Situation Room. Many thanks for the insights. Brett, we're going to assemble our political panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will join us as the president deploys National Guard troops to the streets of D.C. It's straight ahead, only here on Bloomberg.
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index wavering right now. Little changed over the S&P up 1 point at 63.90, a gain of less than 0.1%. The Dow down 177, down 0.4%, while Nasdaq is higher by 38, up by about 0.2%. Traders bracing for key inflation data with CPI tomorrow morning, leaving stocks wavering near records. The 10-year currently yielding 4.26% with the 2-year 3.74%.
자, 예상치 이탈 시에서 좀 더 길게 보도록 하겠습니다. 해당 지지권 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
And West Texas Intermediate crude 64.14 a barrel, up by 0.4%. Bitcoin just below $120,000. Bitcoin right now up by 1.2%. Ford has unveiled new plans for a line of budget electric vehicles in a $5 billion bid to achieve the mass appeal that has so far eluded its money-losing EV business. Again, recapping, S&P little changed, up now by 1 point for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host is Joe Mann.
All right, Charlie. Many thanks, Charlie Pellet. We'll get back to Charlie for more on the Monday trade coming up a short time from now. It is one of those days where we have a bit of a three-ring circus, multiple lead stories that we're juggling here on Balance of Power. It's just another Monday in August, the 11th, in fact, and thank you for joining us on the Monday edition here on Bloomberg TV and radio. As you heard a short time ago, NVIDIA and AMD talked about it with Jennifer Welch paying 15% of China AI chip sales, a massive story coming out of Washington today that has our eyes on shares of both of those companies. We've got the Trump and Putin meeting on Friday, as we just talked about with Brett Bruin. And then we've got what's happening here in our capital city. This locally is the biggest story of the day, I would suggest. And if you're with us on 99.1, we see you. We live here too. The president, of course, referring to crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C., promising a news conference this morning, and he did hold that news conference. Quite remarkable. As we saw in Los Angeles, the president is going to be deploying National Guard troops to the streets of D.C., invoking a public safety emergency. About 800 troops, based on what we're hearing so far, but also deploying federal law enforcement from about a dozen agencies across town. The president spoke to reporters about it a short time ago. Listen.
Told them, whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police. As the police are standing up there in uniform, they're standing, and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit, and we hit. And they can hit real hard.
You spit, we hit, the president saying as he was flanked by his Attorney General and Secretary of Defense. It's not just the National Guard troops. The President of the United States is also federalizing the local police department, the D.C. Metro Police. And under our Home Rule Act, that is in fact allowed, although only for increments of 48 hours. So it's unclear exactly how that would run. And one of our biggest questions right now is, what does the mayor think of this? We sat down just a few weeks ago this summer with Muriel Bowser to talk about her relationship with this administration, working with Donald Trump. Here's a bit of what she said.
President Trump left D.C. during COVID, which cities were ravaged by COVID.
Absolutely.
From homelessness to increases in crime to with lack of services because government agencies were shuttered. And we worked very hard to get that image out of his mind because that's not the D.C. of today. In fact, we've driven down crime to a 30-year low. Our tourism recovered in 2024. Our kids were the fastest back to school, and our school population has rebounded. In investment in DC, people are looking hard at us because of some of the changes we're making in our business environment. We are lowering taxes, we are cutting red tape, and we are incentivizing good businesses to start here, grow here, and hire DC residents.
So do you feel like you have a partner in the White House or an obstacle?
Well, it's a partnership we work on every day.
Yeah.
Certainly, the president has an outsized influence over the city of Washington
That's for
because
sure.
it's the nation's capital.
Absolutely.
So we like him to make some bigger investments like Union Station and continuing to be a partner in developing RFK, helping us retool and reskill our workers, and asking him to pause on these separations and rehire qualified people.
That partnership that Mayor Bowser talked about is being tested severely right now as we assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us right now. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick is Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, I'm going to start with you because with some exceptions, you've spent the bulk of your life living here in the Mid-Atlantic area, in the Washington, D.C. region. You know this city about as well as anybody that I know. Is this required? Is this necessary now? And is it legal?
You know, so much of what Donald Trump does is not just for impact, but for symbolism. And I got to believe, based on what we've heard today, that this is a very symbolic gesture. It's a gesture to try and really, re-federalize, restore the influence of the federal government in Washington, D.C. You know, we used to have things many people don't remember, but the streets of Washington have been cleaned up a lot over the last few decades, and a lot of that came through federal money, through federal participation, Pennsylvania Avenue Development Commission, things like that. I mean, there were places that are thriving today that were war zones when I was growing up. And that process, that progress, a lot of times was done through symbolic gestures. We don't know where this will last. As you pointed out, right now the federalization of the police is a short-term thing. When Donald Trump deployed National Guard troops in LA, like what he's now doing in Washington, D.C., it was for a minimum amount of time. They are now back at home with their families in LA. It's a kind of wait and see thing. I mean, the one thing Donald Trump does is he makes these grand gestures, but he doesn't fill you in on sort of what he hopes to accomplish in the process of doing that.
Really something. Jeannie, I came to Washington as a resident, at least in the 1990s. There was still evidence on the U Street corridor of burned out buildings that had been left there since the Martin Luther King riots in 1968. Chinatown, or what we now call Gallery Place, or whatever that is, was much the same. Huge investments were made here in Washington post-Marion Barry, to the point where it's unrecognizable. As Rick just said, in some areas, if you go to the neighborhood known as Noma and you were somewhere else the last 10 years, you wouldn't even know what city you were in. So I think we have to acknowledge the progress that's been made here over the course of decades. But most recently, we know that a lot of cities were in pretty bad shape coming out of COVID. And most of the data I heard today from President Trump was 2 years old, back to 2023. As the city emerged from COVID, there was a rash of violence in Washington. We lived through it and we talked about it at the time. Carjackings specifically were through the roof. But we've also seen some pretty steep declines since then. And Jeannie, I'm looking at a memo right now that came from the Justice Department. It was Joe Biden's Justice Department, but it's dated the 3rd of January, Friday, 2025. The headline is, violent crime in D.C. hits 30-year low, 3-0. Down 35% from 2023, lowest in 30 years. How come the president didn't mention these statistics?
Yeah, and it's not just coming out of the Biden administration. One of the most bizarre aspects of this press conference he just did was his own FBI director, Kash Patel, stood up. Apparently nobody looked at his talking points because what did he say? The murder rate is plummeting. It's at the lowest in history. And yet we have an emergency requiring the president to federalize D.C. And those two things just don't comport. And of course, the data that you're talking about, all the data we've looked at don't comport. And so this is another example in a long line of what Donald Trump has been doing since he came back to office, which has been declaring emergencies that the data doesn't support in order to expand his executive power. We talk about it all the time in the context of tariffs. He is doing that tariff regime under this declaration of an emergency that the courts are looking to see if actually exists. And this will certainly go to the courts, and people will be able to vet whether these numbers add up. But what is most concerning here is not just about DC, but about President Trump talking about the fact that this may spread to other cities. This may spread to Illinois, to Chicago. This may spread to New York City and New York. And Rick mentioned it's already been in LA. So that is most concerning. And I think the question that comes to my mind is, why is this at the top of the president's agenda today on August 11th, with as much going on in our country and the world as is going on? Is he creating an emergency where the data suggests that none exists? And I think we can think about answers to that question, but one comes to mind when a reporter asked about the Epstein files. The press conference ended abruptly, and that was that.
You know, you're not the first person to use that name today, Jeannie, as people say, why now? And why not in the first term, for instance, when crime, in fact, was higher based on the stats that we're seeing? Rick, from a political standpoint, when you consider the electorate watching this locally here in Washington and all over the country, based on what we saw in California following the tariff stuff that Jeannie mentioned, does the voter begin to fatigue when it comes to emergencies? How many emergencies can America take?
Yeah, I wonder if anybody really even focuses on that. I mean, we obviously are, policy nerds. We get in the weeds on the authorities that the president and the Congress has to exercise their various powers. And yet what the public sees is today Donald Trump deployed federal troops into DC. And I don't think people really are going to second guess him on what powers he has to do that. He's very good at trying to blow through those kinds of questions. He never actually addresses his authorities. He assumes those authorizations and focuses instead on the real act that's going on. And I do think this has actually less to do with the Jeffries controversy, and a lot more to do with just the politics of Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump's been talking about city blight, for 4 decades. He used to rail about it in New York. He's railed about it here and everywhere else he's been. And the reality is, part of that is to put himself politically on the side of the cops versus the politicians. And I think the Democrats have to look at this from a point of view that says, you know what? This is a vulnerability for us. We have to be careful, because if Donald Trump is successful, these kind of safety issues, especially in big urban environments, and you see Donald Trump throwing LA and Chicago and New York all under the bus, he's going to use this politically. And I think less worry about controversies and more worry about politics.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, many thanks to both of you for the insights, our Bloomberg Politics contributors with great analysis today. President Trump just now on Truth Social. Gold will not be tariffed. We'll have more on this straight ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
현재 약수익권에서 손실권 왔다 갔다 하고 있습니다. 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산입니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 10차 진입뷰 대기해보도록 하겠습니다. 10차 진입뷰 대기입니다. 자, 여기서 방향성 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service with President Trump saying, quote, gold will not be tariffed. That word in a Truth Social post. Right now, we've got spot gold trading lower. Gold down by 1.3%, 33.55 the ounce. Again, the headline on the Bloomberg, President Trump says, quote, gold will not be tariffed. The Dow and the S&P, they're both trading lower right now. Wall Street traders bracing for key inflation data are leaving stocks wavering near records. The S&P down 5, dropped there of just under 0.1%. The Dow is down 193, a decline of 0.4%. NASDAQ well off session highs, up 7 now, up less than 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.26% with the 2-year, 3.74%. Gold, as we mentioned, down 1.2%, $33.56 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up just under 0.1%, WTI $63.92 a barrel. And Bitcoin now up 1.1% at 119,680 on Bitcoin. TKO Group shares, they are up.
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 시장 방향성 분석 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
over the next 7 years. Again, TKO up now by just about 8%. Recapping, S&P lower by 5, down 0.1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you as always, sir. Charlie will be back at the top of the hour with more on the Monday trade. This is Balance of Power, the Monday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. Glad you joined us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we're talking NVIDIA and AMD once again today because of very important news from the White House. Maybe we should have known something was cooking when we heard that the export controls on the H20 chips from NVIDIA specifically had been cranked back. But the sales had not begun. A couple of weeks went by and licenses still had not been granted to NVIDIA to sell the H20s in China. Then there was a deal. Fast forward to today, the licenses are going out. And both NVIDIA and AMD are both now agreeing to pay 15% of the money they take in from selling AI chips in China to the U.S. government. The administration is in the chip business, according to this plan. We have a lot of questions about exactly how this will work, where the money will go. The president was asked about it during his news conference this morning at the White House, specifically referring to Jensen Huang at NVIDIA. Listen.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market.
As a big market, as NVIDIA would be expected to make billions, the White House maybe will too by scooping 15% from those sales. What the president said about Blackwell is very significant, by the way. Nobody ever thought Blackwell was on the table here. But as he suggests, an enhanced in a negative way Blackwell, suggesting that it would be not enhanced, and in fact a lower power, lower achieving chip. Maybe there's a deal to be made there. I've never heard that floated, and this will be a fascinating thing to witness. He says they won't have it for 5 years. Maybe they will sooner than later here. Knowing that a month went by after the export controls were loosened, a month went by before this deal was struck, and 2 days later, the licenses were granted. We want to talk about this with Anna Ashton, the founder of Ashton Analytics, is with us, specialist in U.S.-China trade, as you've heard many times here on this program. Economics, former China analyst with the Department of Defense. Anna, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. There are questions about the legality of this move. Is it in fact unprecedented?
It certainly is unprecedented, Joe. We've never seen the U.S. government prior to this grant export controls in exchange for a percentage of the revenue. So yes, it is unprecedented.
Do you think it's constitutionally allowed? Is this legal?
I don't know if it's legal. I think that we're at a moment where the president feels fairly confident that he can bend the rules. I mean, if you look at the situation with TikTok, there's a law saying that TikTok shouldn't be operating in the United States now. But it's been the implementation of that has been extended a couple of times, and no one's even really talking about it anymore, despite the fact that there has been no sale. So I think, Trump is probably on pretty firm ground in assuming that he can get away with this regardless of what, the exact law actually is, and that Congress will back him up, at least this Congress. He is definitely facing criticism from national security folks, and there are plenty of people in Congress who have historically taken more of the national security line about issues like this. So I'm sure that we will hear a response to this from members of Congress that expresses concern. But, there's a difference between expressing concern and actually doing anything about it.
Love to know what the China Select Committee thinks.
자, 여기서 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 매도 5계약 진입입니다. 진입가 707.25. 매도 진입입니다.
She's our geoeconomics analyst. Suggests that this quid pro quo agreement is in fact a targeted export tax, which the Constitution outlaws. So I'll be deeply curious to see if this holds up in court, if it's challenged. But there's a greater question, Anna, about where the line is here. Could Jensen Huang simply pay up more and start selling black wells tomorrow in China as well?
It sounds like what Trump was suggesting, Joe, is that any sales of black wells would have to involve, modifying them so that they are not as cutting edge as they are now, which is essentially what the H2O chips are. They're modified to be less than cutting edge.
Maybe I'll take that example off the table then. I think the question is, could Jensen Huang sell anything he wants as long as the price is high enough? We've cracked the door on this. We've set the precedent, Anna. How far could it go?
I think it depends on whether the primary motivation here from the White House is finding ways to raise revenue with trade relationships, or whether the primary motivation in this particular instance is reaching an agreement with their Chinese counterparts. And I think it's a combination of that. Obviously, this administration is determined to get more for the U.S. economy out of trade relationships, in their mind, get more for the U.S. economy out of trade relationships. And in that respect, this is consistent with sort of the broader trade policy of raising tariffs because tariffs represent revenue. But on the other hand, we've got these ongoing negotiations with Chinese counterparts that seem to have been motivated strongly by China's rare earths and magnets export licensing regime, which was implemented in April. And although the initial talks did result in a big upswing in China's exports of rare earths and magnets in June, the July numbers are down considerably from the June numbers. And that continues to be an issue that seems to be causing the White House quite a bit of stress. So this also could be part of a deal specifically with Beijing to try to ensure that the United States continues to receive adequate amounts of rare earths and magnets.
Sure, understood. So we've got this deadline tomorrow on the trade truce, assuming this is all connected somehow. Are you just waiting for the announcement on tomorrow's deadline to be extended?
I think we all of us who are concerned with the trade relationship hope that there will be an extension, because the possibility of a snapback of 245% tariffs on Chinese imports is one that is sort of stomach churning for an awful lot of businesses, and ultimately would definitely be passed down to some extent to U.S. consumers, so it would raise prices. I think both sides want to extend the tariff deadline, but the question is, can they reach mutually amenable terms? And that is clearly coming down to the wire.
Sure is. The current truce expires 12:01 a.m. Wednesday. So we have the rest of today and tomorrow to figure this out. If they do not extend that truce, extend that deadline, tariffs would jump above 50%. Anna, great to see you. Anna Ashton, thank you as always. Ashton Analytics with her eyes on China. We'll have more news on China this week. As we turn to gold, The president continuing to flood the zone in his second 100 days. Well, I guess we're beyond that now. We're at 205 or something today. Gold, yes, indeed. The president on Truth Social, gold will not be tariff, he says, exclamation point. That's the whole post. Remembering the back and forth next week that sent gold to the moon and then a whole round trip back to where we started, following reports that imported gold bars would be tariffed. Mike McGlone joined us. He's back now with the update here. Senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, enjoying the sweet air of the Midwest this week. Mike, it's great to have you with us. Is this what we had already priced in on Friday? Just making it official now?
Yeah, Joe, you nailed it with your introduction of it. I'm actually in Indiana today in the heartland, and the key thing about gold is it just absolutely loves Mr. Trump, the gold market. And you saw this one of those other nuances, the potential for the tariffs, which was kind of silly, but now we're seeing it's not going to happen in gold. The bottom line for gold is the nuances of Mr. Trump are nothing but good. And for example, is pushing back in the data from U.S. BLS, which means, okay, our data is now somewhat potentially going to be the music that dies, the trust in that data, and then pushing back in Federal Reserve independence and just the volatility. Gold loves it. So I think the way gold's looking at this right now is it's just waiting for a next catalyst to shoot up to a new high in the macro. It's building a really good support around 3,300 an ounce, and that's been happening for 5 months. We call it a bull flag, and I think the key catalyst for gold to just break out higher is just a little bit of back and fill in the U.S. stock market.
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 5개 할 기준 약 90만 원 수익권에 있습니다.
Yeah, the base of the bull flag. The first time we traded 3,300 ever was in April. Remember that big swoon in the stock market? Gold went up, and gold has been kind of hanging out since then. But what happened?
목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
And a significant shift in ETF flows to inflows. For 4 years, we had outflows. Now this year, we have almost 10% of inflows. That means almost 9 million ounces of gold just flown in. People are buying gold and looking for protection, I think, and looking for a store value.
Really fascinating. All-time high, 22nd of July, right? 34.43.70. And it's been basing ever since that swoon following Liberation Day.
Yeah.
There you see it, 34.08 right now. We're down a bit. 3,300 is where Mike has support. Where's resistance? Because we're going to bump into some overhead here around 3,400, right?
Yeah, so 3,500 is really the high for the year in the cash market. Now, the futures were a little distorted high. But remember, those futures will always stay at a higher price because of the cost to carry. You have to add that price into the futures. So to me, it's everybody knows 3,500, just a matter of time to get to the next round number, which is 4,000.
Fantastic. All right. And the more gold leaf that goes into the Oval Office, that doesn't impact the price, does it?
Well, it's all part of the bull side. He's not using silver.
He's not. You know, I've got Mike McGlone on the line, so I've got to ask you just in our remaining moment about Bitcoin here, Mike. Bitcoin loves Trump as well, and he's been awfully good for it. With 401ks added to the mix, we could be looking at a new all-time high here as well. What's your expectation?
I think that could happen to me, Joe. The biggest problem with Bitcoin is it's a risk-on asset, and it's much more likely to go up if the stock market goes up. Gold is a risk-off asset. It's actually been negative correlated in stock markets. If stock market goes up, gold might suffer, but stock market goes down. I think that gold is going to really beat Bitcoin this year. And so far, they're about the same.
So you're telling me I need both. Mike McGlone, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. With a redhead on the terminal, gold will not be tariffed. Maybe that's the actual news today from this White House as we wait for a China truce deadline to move tomorrow. And of course, we'll be looking both ways when we leave the Bureau here. 800 National Guard troops deployed to the streets of Washington, D.C., the police department federalized, and we're going to have a lot more on all of this in the late edition of Balance of Power. Meet us 5 p.m. Eastern, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
자, 여기서 수익 청산하고 다음 진입뷰 대기해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인들입니다. 수익 청산입니다. 자, 11차 진입뷰 대기해보도록 하겠습니다. 11차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance.
자, 11차도 이전과 동일하게 매도 진입 사인 드릴 거고요. 진입 포인트는 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드릴 예정입니다.
Television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Business Week studios in New York. I'm Tim Stennebeck.
자, 매도 진입 사인 드릴 예정입니다.
Bloomberg News process at team. It is Monday, August 11th, 2025, and it is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Isabel, how are you?
I'm excited to be here. A great day to start the week. Markets are really just edging higher.
Edging higher. We're kind of hovering around all-time highs. We're going to have more from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. I should note, Carol Massar is off today. She is back later this week. We're going around the world on Bloomberg Business Week over the next 60 minutes. We're going to start with China and what it means for NVIDIA, for AMD, and for the U.S. government for these companies to share their China revenue with the U.S.
And we're going to the Middle East. The quote, all-or-nothing strategy to end the Israel-Hamas war. Our Middle East geoeconomics lead joins us from Geneva.
And to Russia and Ukraine. The former British trade official Ed Price is back with us in the studio. He's going to share his view on why he argues that America is aiding.
자, 여기서 매도 진입하겠습니다. 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 매도 진입 5계약. 진입가 687.00입니다. 687.00 매도입니다. 매도 5계약 진입입니다.
Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of key inflation data. CPI report coming out tomorrow morning. Stocks wavering near records, but right now S&P is down 4. Drop there.
자, 목표 수익권까지 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입과 목표 수익권까지 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
44,000 even, lower by 171 points, down 0.4%, while Nasdaq is lower by 12, drop there of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.3%, and spot gold right now down $40 the ounce, down 1.2%. President Trump saying imports of gold will not face U.S. tariffs, weighing in after a federal ruling caused chaos and confusion in global bullion markets. In a post on social media on Truth Social, the president said, quote, gold will not be tariffed. Bitcoin right now up 0.9%, 119,460, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 63.95 a barrel on WTI. Micron Technology is raising its fiscal fourth quarter revenue, earnings, gross margin, and operating expense outlook, citing improved pricing. And NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the government in a deal to secure export licenses. AMD up 0.5%, NVIDIA up 0.1%, Micron surging by 3%. Again, recapping, S&P down 4, down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I appreciate that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, we're going to start with an unusual, if not unprecedented, arrangement for two behemoth tech firms that stands to unnerve U.S. companies and Beijing alike. NVIDIA and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government in a deal to secure export licenses. President Trump making comments about this morning from the press briefing room.
I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way, Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market.
I want to bring in Jordan Klein, Managing Director for Mizuho Securities, where he specializes in the tech sector. He joins us from New York. Jordan, I want to fact check a little bit of what we heard from the president's assessment of the H20 and of Blackwell in just a minute. But first, big picture, you're positive on this development, this revenue share from Chinese sales from AMD and NVIDIA. Why is that?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. I mean, look, in a simple way, I just view something as better than nothing. I mean, I'd rather have 85% of billions of revenue than 100% of nothing. And, you know, I know what kind of investors think is a catalyst for these companies, AMD and NVIDIA. And clearly it's higher growth and upward revisions. And, you know, that revenue had to come out of those forecasts and street estimates. And now it can go back in. I get it that people never like when the government's going to take a public company's money, but they're kind of doing that with tariffs already. So I think this is just another way, another form of that opens the door for, I think, a lot more revenue down the road, potentially, as NVIDIA, you know, now can, you know, sell different versions of the chip in the future, hopefully, and the government can kind of take their cut. Who knows what they're going to do with that and how they're going to position it, but I'm sure they'll have.
자, 여기서 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 자, 11차 진입뷰 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산입니다.
In a different form with a different name. Is that true?
Well, they have a lot of existing H20s from when they were allowed to purchase them before the government, you know, made it illegal. I'm not sure exactly what.
자, 12차 진입뷰 대기하면서 시장 분석 다시 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Chips were probably illegally flowing through back channels into China, or those Chinese.
자, 관점은 매도로 보고 있고요. 분석 후에 수익률 극대화할 수 있는 구간에서 진입 포인트 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 12차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다. 12차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
The other thing to remember is that I have not heard, nor do we think that the U.S. government's going to allow China to gain access to high bandwidth memory. And that's pretty important when you're training and running these massive AI models, is that you need this high performance DRAM memory, which Micron, Hynix, and Samsung make. And for all intents and purposes, that's still blocked.
Do you think, though, this creates a precedent where companies can pay to play in restricted markets like China? And how do you think moving forward this will shape enforcement?
Well, I think that's kind of what some of the media and the experts were you know, saying when they looked at this, is that it opens the door for more AI relationships that are going to be built around how much do you want to pay the government to allow it, meaning the government is relaxing this control or restriction that was supposed to protect U.S. interests and allowing it if they can get a cut of the money. So in some form, it does seem a little, you know, unfair, or, you know, something that maybe isn't in the best interest of the United States. But at the end of the day, these are the only relationships or agreements that have been set up thus far. And I think the U.S. is going to be very careful.
자, 블룸버그에서 연준 관련해서 기사 나온 게 있어가지고 말씀 한번 드리고 12차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 트럼프 행정부가 연준의 의장 후임 인선 작업을 본격화하면서 후보군을 확대하고 있다고 합니다. 베센트 재무장관이 주도하는 이 인선 작업에 새로운 후보로 보우먼 부의장, 제퍼슨 부의장, 로건 총재가 추가되었다고 합니다. 자, 그리고 골드, 금에 대해서는 관세를 부과하지 않을 것이라고 트럼프 대통령이 소셜미디어에 언급했습니다.
Well, I don't don't think the government's even given us great clarity on how they're using the global tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, right?
자, 확인되는 뉴스는 여기까지고요. 이제 12차 진입표 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Spending, right, and deficits. My sense is they'll come up with something that seems very palatable and acceptable to the public and investors to say, this isn't just money going into the Treasury or the Department of Commerce budget, that we're going to use this to plow back into, R&D and investment into U.S. semiconductor technology. But honestly, that remains to be seen. And I think they'll keep their options open as opposed to tying that up into some specific plan right away.
Jordan, from a national security perspective, one of the concerns that the security community had essentially was, okay, well, if the U.S. doesn't give China access to this technology, then it's just going to provide an incentive for the country to invest in their own technology and do this in a way that could actually end up being better than American companies. Is that your view? And if yes, does this prevent them from doing that or slow them down at all? Does it decrease that incentive?
I think that's the key term, decreases that incentive. And I do believe that this is what Jensen Huang at NVIDIA, that was his case to be made to President Trump and why we should allow these chips to be sold into China, that this would keep them heavily reliant upon U.S. technology as opposed to going elsewhere or trying to develop it at a faster pace on their own. Nothing's going to stop China from trying to become as independent on semiconductor AI technology going forward because they see the risk in relying heavily on the United States. But it takes a long time. You need the R&D, you need the development tools, and the United States pretty much controls a lot of that. And as a result, I think this is in our best interest for the time being, is that, we have more kind of the control or the upper hand at what they get, how fast they get it, as opposed to all of a sudden, them turning around and having better technology at a faster development pace than would have been the case if they didn't have access to this.
Jordan, got to leave it there. Thanks for jumping in this afternoon and joining us at the top of our program. That's Jordan Klein, Managing Director for Mizuho Securities. You can check out Jordan's quoted in quite a few articles on the Bloomberg Terminal. You can do that also at Bloomberg.com. Hey, speaking of the terminal, a redhead crossing the Bloomberg Terminal. The Federal Reserve's two vice chairs, Michelle Bowman and Philip Jefferson, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan are under consideration to serve as chair of the central bank when the position opens next year. This according to two administration officials. Once again, a headline, Besson expands Fed chair search to Bowman, Jefferson, and Logan. Check out that story on the Bloomberg Terminal. Well, from China to the Middle East, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defended his plan for a military sweep against the final Hamas strongholds in Gaza, calling it the best available option for recovering hostages while safeguarding his country's long-term security. It's an argument that's met vocal opposition at home and abroad. Dina Esfandiari is Bloomberg Economics Middle East Geoeconomics lead. She's also the author of New Order in the Gulf, The Rise of the UAE, and the co-author of Triple Axis, Iran's relations with Russia and China. She joins us from Geneva, Switzerland. Dina, good to have you on the program this afternoon. Is this what it will take to end the war?
In short, probably not. I think the offensive is likely to make things a lot worse. It's going to be very difficult for him to get the hostages back by doing this. The hostages are kept in heavily populated areas where a lot of Palestinians have been forced to move to. And so it's unlikely that this is going to be a low casualty operation. And in fact, in the past, they haven't managed to secure the release of hostages through military action. They've only managed to secure them through diplomacy and conversations with Hamas.
Are there credible diplomatic alternatives being discussed behind the scenes, or is this military push a signal that basically the negotiation track is over?
I think the signal is very much that, but the intention is to reopen the diplomatic track. There is a lot of behind the scenes diplomacy going on right now. The Qataris are getting involved. The Egyptians are getting involved. They're trying to mediate. They're trying to find a solution. And I think Netanyahu is dangling this operation as the threat, basically. Come back to the table. Let's find a solution, or this is what you will face. And in that respect, it might be successful. But generally, under coercion, it's hard to really lead to a fruitful outcome to talks.
Well, speaking of coercion, there's a different type of coercion or pressure being placed on Israel as we speak. Norway's $1.9 trillion wealth fund has sold off its Israeli assets. Here's what the NBIM CEO said. We are taking these measures in a very special conflict situation, describing what's happening in Gaza as a serious humanitarian crisis. The move follows a finance ministry review of the NBIM's holdings in Israel. We also see Germany, which is historically Israel's most important European ally, intending to stop supplying the Netanyahu government with arms for use in Gaza. What exactly will be the state that some of these countries recognize, as several Western countries have pledged to recognize a Palestinian state? And is this pressure going to do anything to have Israel pull back?
So for sure, international pressure on Israel is mounting right now, particularly from the Europeans, even outside of Europe, from the Arab states who all signed on to a UN-led statement last week calling for an end to the war. The recognition of Palestine is coming increasingly from various quarters and various countries. The problem is, at the moment, I don't think that's likely to lead to anything. And that's because for Israel, for the Netanyahu administration in particular, the continuation of this war serves several purposes. The first is, well, they haven't achieved their objective. Hamas is still there, and it hasn't been decimated like it was promised. On top of that, maintaining the war allows Netanyahu to alleviate some of the political pressure that he's under, and allows him to sweep these corruption charges under the rug for as long as the war continues. So there doesn't seem to be much of an incentive for Israel really to end the war right now.
What's your read on the internal political pressure that Netanyahu is facing, from hostage family to the far-right coalition members? And how do you think that's shaping the timing or the framing of this offensive?
He's facing pressure from both sides. He's facing pressure across the political spectrum, and he finds himself in a very difficult position. On the one hand, some of his far-right ministers, who he needs to keep on side in order to maintain the coalition and stay in power, are calling for him to double down, to intensify the offensive. They're saying that his plans that were agreed to last week by the cabinet are not enough. They don't go far enough, and they're calling for a full occupation of Gaza. So he's getting criticism from that end. And then on the other side, he's getting criticism from, as you said, the hostage families that are saying, don't do this because you're putting our family members at risk. For now, what he's doing is kind of towing a middle line. So, putting plans in place to continue this offensive, to expand the offensive, saying that he is going to get the release of the hostages, but both sides are going to be left unhappy. And again, it's really going to leave him in a difficult spot.
Do you have any sense of what kind of military operations Israel is likely to launch if Hamas rejects the terms? And how prepared is the U.S. to support or oppose such a sweep, given especially the civilian risk?
It appears that his plans are quite expansive, and he's at the moment, Netanyahu has asked the IDF, so Israel's military forces, to prepare more extensive and detailed plans for what exactly this offensive would look like, how they would go about it, how they would tackle it. In terms of U.S. support, it doesn't appear to me as though we have a Trump administration that is in any way going to stand in the way of Netanyahu. The only country that
자,
really
12차
has sway
진입뷰
over the Israelis at the moment is the US.
대기 중에
Talked
있습니다.
about other international pressure on
잠시
Israel,
후
and that
진입
pressure
사인
is
드리도록
not
하겠습니다.
going to lead anywhere, because at the end of the day, if the United States stands behind Israel, if the United States continues to send weapons to Israel, then ultimately there's really nothing holding it back.
Dina, gotta leave it there. Dina Esfandiari, Bloomberg Economics, Middle East Geoeconomics lead. She's also the author and co-author of several books. She joins us from Geneva. Coming up next, we're going to get the latest from Ed Price on his analysis of what's happening.
자, 진입 계약수 5개야. 진입 포지션.
That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
자, 매도 재진입하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 사인 드립니다. 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 689.50입니다. 689.50 2368 9.50입니다. 자, 매도 사인 드렸습니다. 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 매도 진입입니다. 자, 장마감까지 약 1시간 40분을 앞두고 있고요. 장 마감 전 수익률 극대화해서 트레이딩에 나가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 일부 기술적 약세를 보이고 있고요. 대형 기술주, 반도체 대부분 강세를 보여주고 있습니다. 자, 엔비디아는 자 20%에서 15%로 합의를 했다 했고, 인텔은 트럼프 대통령 만날 거라 했고요. CEO가 퀄컴, 마이크론, AMD, 조드컴 등등. 뭐 정확한 하락 요인은 기사를 확인해 봐야겠지만, 금일 뭐요? 다 각각 기술 쪽에서도 잘 나가는 게 있고 약세를 보는 것도 있고 그렇네요. 소프트웨어 애플리케이션은 좀 약세를 보여주고 있네요. 자, 현재 매도 진입권 대응에 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Ahead of tomorrow morning's key inflation report, the S&P 500 index down by 7, holding close to a record 63.82. We were trading briefly above 6,400 on the S&P.
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
A decline there of 0.5%. Nasdaq down 20, a drop there of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index is trading higher by 0.2%. Spot gold right now down $44 the ounce, down 1.3%, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up by 0.3%. Bitcoin up 1.1% at 119,676 on Bitcoin. Jefferies Financial Group has temporarily tightened employment contracts for its private capital advisory teams to discourage competitors from poaching talent that is in greater demand amid a boom in the secondaries market. Jefferies shares are up now by 0.2%. Two administration officials tell Bloomberg the Federal Reserve's two vice chairs, Michelle Bowman and Philip Jefferson, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan are under consideration to serve as chair of the central bank when the position opens next year. They say Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is running the search, will interview additional candidates in coming weeks. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 6, down 0.1%.
자, 여기서 수익 청산 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 수익 청산 사인드입니다.
Charlie Pellet, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. President Trump downplayed expectations for his upcoming meeting with Russian leader
수익 청산
Vladimir
이후
Putin
13차
as he seeks to end the war in
진입
Ukraine. He
대기하도록
cast it as a
13차
feel-out meeting.
진입
He said he would
대기하도록
confer with
하겠습니다.
Ukrainian and
수익
European
청산
leaders
이후
after the
13차
sit-down.
진입 대기
The
중에
president's
있습니다.
effort to moderate expectations for the summit follows Zelensky ruling out Putin's demand for territory that Moscow doesn't control as a precondition for a ceasefire, with the Ukrainian leader Zelensky citing the need for constitutional approval. President Trump on Monday
자, 시장
slammed that
분석 후에
excuse,
추가
adding that he
하방
was, quote, a
가능성
little
확인
bothered
후
by it.
The next
사인
meeting will be
드리도록
with
하겠습니다.
Zelensky
조금 더
and
지켜보고
Putin
진입
or
사인
Zelensky
드리도록
and Putin. I'll
하겠습니다.
be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both.
That was President Trump earlier today from the briefing room. Back with us is Ed Price. He's non-resident senior fellow at New York University. He's also a former British trade official. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. And I want to start with the idea of a land swap being good for the good of Ukraine. Is a land swap that's the president's words. He said that this morning. Is, in your view, a land swap with Russia the only way that this war will end?
No, it's not the only way this war will end. And by the way, land swap is a euphemism for conquest. So the fact that the...
Well, a swap implies that each side is giving up something or sort, right?
I mean, it implies that, but I'm sure that Russia is going to get more than anything Ukraine is going to be given. And by the way...
자, 여기서 다시 한번 매도 진입 5개야 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 5개야. 여기서 매도 진입 5개야 하도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 695.50입니다. 695.50. 자, 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 695.50입니다.
Decisive. I mean, is there a contradiction in crushing Russia while containing China?
So you've caught me out in a contradiction very skillfully, and that's a good challenge. Because yes, on the one hand, if the West fights Russia and defeats Russia on the European plane, in the long run that's going to empower Beijing, it's going to empower China because they won't have a competitor in Eurasia. On the other hand, if you let
자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 5계약 696.50 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 매도 5계약 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
I then immediately contradict myself about the long run effect of that. But I think that's because, in essence, Kissinger made the biggest mistake in world history and decided to bring China into the tent before it was a democracy.
I want to go back to what you said. You answered my previous question with, it's one way the war could end. What's another way the war could end?
Well, I mean, if
and that was a land swap that you were referring to.
Yeah, so I mean, a land swap would pause the war. It wouldn't end the war because Russia would retool, and they've moved their economy to a long-term war footing. Another way would be to beat them, right? It would be to give them the sufficient long-range weapons in 2022. I mean, we've been talking about this for years now, and I've always made the same argument, which is like, if we just give them the kit, give the Ukrainians the kit, let them finish the job, they can get Russia out of Europe. But again, this doesn't
seem like there's U.S. appetite for that.
There's none, and I think we know why there was none under Biden, because he and Jake Sullivan were worried about Russian nuclear saber rattling, which I think was a mistake. We have nukes too, by the way. But under Trump, it's a bit more of a mystery. Like, why does Trump treat Putin so kindly? Why does Trump treat Putin so well? And it's not entirely clear to me, other than perhaps trying to bring Russia on board, like I say.
And you describe this moment as offering Putin, quote, peer status that he hasn't earned yet. So what, in your view, would have been a more appropriate U.S. stance towards China, especially at this stage of the war?
So I think a more appropriate stance, if you're going to meet Vladimir Putin, you do it on neutral ground. You show that you're not happy about it, right? You make the right diplomatic noises that this guy is engaged in an illegal war. You don't invite him to Alaska.
자, 짧게 끊어보도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산입니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산입니다.
But look, I mean, people like me would say you don't do it at all, and that we are far past the
자,
point.
수익 청산 사인드렸습니다.
How far past the point are we?
I don't believe.
자, 14차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 14차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, that's another way of asking, I think, like, how far into this war are we? How long will this war continue?
Well, we thought 3.5 years ago would be 2 weeks or 1 week or 5 days.
Yes, and I guess
대응이 늘 이렇게 좀 빠르면 좋을
is
텐데.
this war a wider regional confrontation? If so, does giving Putin what he wants now something that will stop that trend?
시장과 예상과 다른 시장 연계가 나와가지고 금일 초반에 좀 긴 대응이 이루어졌습니다. 다음 진입권도 최대한 빠르게 수익권 형성할 수 있도록 면밀히 분석 후에 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 14차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
You also mentioned a, quote, American right-wing obsession with post-democratic Russia. Do you think that this ideological admiration is truly driving policy, or is it more a fringe narrative that's maybe being overstated?
It's a bit weird, right? It's difficult to tell to what extent the alt-right, so-called, in American politics is literal.
지금은 트럼프 대통령하고 이제 푸틴 대통령 회담에 대해서 얘기를 하고 있는 것 같은데요. 지금 텔레그램에서 라이브를 시청하시는 분들은 틀어드리는 기사, 뉴스 이런 걸 확인이 어려울 겁니다. 가급적이면은 그 유튜브 통해서 트레이딩 참여하시는 걸 권장드립니다.
Right? I don't know why. I don't know what the benefit is to saying that unless you believe it.
Let's pause on this for a second because we're getting some breaking news. CNBC reporting is that President Trump has extended the China tariff truce for 90 days. The current deadline
다시 한번 매수 진입 포인트 보도록 하겠습니다.
You just let out a
little bit of a laugh.
You're smiling.
I giggled.
진입 포지션은 매수.
Taco baby.
진입 포인트는 좀 더 보고 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
It's pathetic. I mean, the guy says, "Here's my red line. This is the date that something's going to happen. This is absolutely written in stone." Turns out it's written in sand, and it just makes us look silly. And if he is going to go,
개장 후에 현재 5시간이 지나고 있습니다.
Do you think Putin's not watching?
마감까지 1시간 반을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 마지막까지 수익률 방송을 위해 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 14차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
But you're saying this is not good for the credibility of the United States. Perhaps the president or someone else would argue, we just need more time to get these deals done. These are complicated things. Look at the trade deals that happened with China during the first administration. Those took years. They were a phased-in approach. It makes sense that it will take more time.
Well, I mean,
15차 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 15차 매도 진입 5개야. 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 692.50입니다. 692.50. 자, 매도 진입입니다. 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 매도 진입 5개야. 692.50입니다.
Or we, reverse course and look silly. And by the way, the economy is doing okay.
현재 진입권도 가능하면 최대한 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다.
He's non-resident senior fellow at New York University, also a former British trade
실시간 대응 이뤄가며 최대한 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
I expect it to be a failure because Putin is structurally determined to defeat and conquer Ukraine. And if anyone can't see that or understand that, I think they're either woefully stupid, I'll say it, or they're willfully ignorant. Now, it might be that in the very long term, there is a rational US reason strategically for bringing Russia closer to the West because of this forecast of a long-run conflict with China. So that might make some sense. But this is another very difficult position because if we do get to the point where we rehabilitate Russia after this brutal war, we are undermining our soft power because we're saying it's okay to do that kind of thing, right?
Well, is there a risk too Ed, that we see Russia continue to move into mainland Europe if the U.S. essentially says a land swap is a way to end this war? Yes, you can have this land because you have used military aggression against it. What's to say they wouldn't do that with Poland?
Well, so Poland is actually a very serious military power. And I think that if you attacked Poland, you might get an even worse response, an even worse bloodier nose than you did in Ukraine if you're Russia. But if it wasn't for D-Day, the Russians would be in Paris today, right? They have a structural reason not to have a functioning European Union, not to have functioning Western democratic economies anywhere near them, and they're going to continue pushing.
Hey, I just want to change subjects. We have 1 minute left with you.
Yep.
We're getting a question from a listener viewer right now who has a question for you about tariff theory because you're a former trade official. The president has essentially said that academics have gotten this wrong, that economists have gotten wrong. Do you agree with that? Is it too early to tell if academics have this wrong? Just about 45 seconds.
President Trump's argument is that we neoclassical economists have it wrong because there is a bank account somewhere that's filling up with money. He is engaged in linear extrapolation. He thinks that will continue forever. It won't. At some point, demand will shift, supply will shift. You can't have revenue from tariffs in perpetuity.
There is a bank account filling up, though, with tariffs right now. Billions of dollars have flown into it.
Billions of dollars are nothing, right? I mean, compared to the trillions of dollars in debt, I mean, it's 36 point something going up and up and up. And the idea that you're going to introduce these tariffs and make money forever at the same time as saying we're trying to cut off trade is completely silly.
Ed Price, thanks for coming in. Always good to see you. Ed Price is non-resident senior fellow at NYU. He's also a former British trade official. Coming up next, the founder, chairman, president, and CEO of the publicly traded Inspire Medical Systems. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks in the red with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all trading lower right now, looking at a 3-point drop on the S&P 500 index, down under 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 173, 44,002 on the Dow, down 0.4%. NASDAQ right now down under 0.1%. We've got the 10-year at 4.27%, the 2-year ahead of the CPI tomorrow morning, 3.75%. Gold down $41 the ounce, down 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 64.15 for a barrel of WTI. President Trump has signed an executive order extending the U.S.-China tariff truce for another 90 days. That according to CNBC, citing a White House official. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, shares of the $2.3 billion market cap med tech company Inspire Medical Systems have been whipsawing today. The company announced early today a $200 million share buyback. Shares, though, last week fell more than 30% on Tuesday. It was the day after the company announced that it would cut its revenue guidance for the full year. It missed the average analyst estimate. We've got back with us Tim Herbert. He's founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. It's a maker of mask-free treatments for obstructive sleep apnea. He joins us from Florida. Tim, good to see you again. Welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week. When you joined us back in May, this was a $4.5 billion market cap company. Shares down close to 60% so far this year. Back in May, though, you just reiterated your full-year revenue guidance and raised your EPS guidance. What happened over the last few months that led you to cut over this most recent quarter?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me back. I think that what we're excited about is in that time frame, we are launching our 5th generation system. We're very excited about the Inspire 5 system coming out and the improvements it has for patients, for our healthcare providers, and as well as for our operations. We did do a full launch in the May timeframe, and as we rolled through that, the launch taking a little bit longer than we expected. We had a good quarter in the second quarter, but because the launch is taking longer, we did need to adjust our revenue guidance down 4% from the midpoint as we come into the third quarter.
Okay, why is the launch taking longer? And then very briefly after you answer that, just remind everybody what the medical technology is at Inspire that allows you to implant these devices for people who have obstructive sleep apnea.
Well, let's start there. I think most people are familiar with CPAP, or continuous positive airway pressure, where you wear a mask, but a lot of people just aren't able to benefit from that. So what Inspire is, we developed a technology that works inside your body, and it's a neural stimulator that sits just underneath your skin, and it stimulates a muscle in the tongue to hold your airway open while you sleep at night, thereby preventing your obstructive sleep apnea, which affects over 30 million people in the United States. So there's a great need for Inspire. We received FDA approval in the year 2014 and have been developing improvements to the system, and most recently in May, just announced the launch of the Inspire 5 system. So very excited about the clinical evidence that we've seen with our new device, with the acceptance from the healthcare providers. And once we were able to get the full launch out there and the product available at all of our centers that we're going to target for here in the third quarter, I think that we'll be able to really help a lot of people.
Tim, are these devices, do they have batteries in them?
Yes, we do have a battery similar to another neural stimulator, similar to a cardiac pacemaker, and our battery lasts 11 years. So once you receive the therapy, you'll continue on 11 years later when the battery becomes depleted. It's this very simple procedure to replace the Inspire 5 device with the most current generation device at the time that you receive your replacement.
How much of the revenue shortfall is due to internal execution versus external factors, like provider hesitation or patient access, or even just pushback from payers?
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산입니다.
On their 4th generation device. So I think with increased awareness and really helping centers get up and running with the Inspire 5 device and complete the transition.
자, 금일 말씀드린 것 같이 전체적으로 장 마감까지 오니까
What are you changing operationally or strategically to really just improve the commercial
조정.
rollout in the next 6 to 12 months?
하락에
With
나와주고
Truist, for
있습니다.
instance, saying they braced for a guide cut, but it was bigger than expected. JP Morgan said that it's frustrating to see a negative revision.
자,
of
의미가
this
없는
guidance.
상승, 모멘텀 없는 상승에는 반드시 조정 보완을 통보하기 마련입니다.
The launch didn't go as well. I think now that we have
자, 여기서
inventory to
15차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Launch of the Inspire 5 system. Now we need to focus on working with individual centers to get them
자,
up and
15차
running.
진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 15차 진입뷰 대기입니다. 15차 진입뷰 대기 이어서 하도록 하겠습니다.
Inspire 5 launch ready to go. We are approaching that right now, and now we're going to be opening more and more centers that can offer Inspire therapy. We're going to be training additional surgeons and training some surgeons who were reluctant to do the Inspire procedure because the placement of a sensing lead in the intercostal muscles. And we think that with Inspire 5, we really simplify the procedure. And we're working hard to
자, 25분에 그 기사 나온 게 하나 있네요. 그 CNBC에서 트럼프 대통령이 중국에 대한 관세 부과 시한을 90일 연장했다고 합니다. CNBC에서 나온 기사이고요. 중국에 대한 관세 소환을 90일 연장했다고 합니다.
A 20% growth in patient implants year over year in the first half of the year. So we're very confident in our technology, confident in that the healthcare system is going to be able to handle the new technology and increase utilization of Inspire going forward.
We're speaking right now with Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems, the publicly traded $2.3 billion
좀 더 지켜보고
medtech company that
진입 사인
creates
드리도록 하겠습니다.
the
조금 더
device for
지켜보고
people
사인
who have
드리도록
sleep
하겠습니다.
apnea.
So, Tim, in light of the guidance cut, how should investors think about your full year expectations now? Are they conservative enough, or should we be expecting more adjustments coming down the line?
Well, when we adjusted our revenue guidance, we took our revenue guidance down 4% from our midpoint. We're still expecting revenues in the range of $900 to $910 million. So that's an increase
자, 다시 한번 매도 진입해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5개야 매도 진입입니다. 진입가 678.00입니다. 678.00 매도입니다. 매도 5개야. 678.00입니다.
reductions in the severity of their sleep apnea and making Inspire 5 broadly available. So it's up to us to really execute and gain the confidence back from our investors. But I think with the strong patient
자, 매도 5개야. 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
And the fact that we're so lightly penetrated in our target market, still limited to about 5% of our target market has been achieved to date. So we have a great opportunity in front of us, and it's really up to us to execute and complete the launch and make the therapy available to patients.
Let's talk a little bit about this market and the
자, 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
When you were speaking earlier in this interview, you mentioned something that really piqued my interest, and it's the idea that maybe this device is not for everybody with obstructive sleep apnea. Is it only for those who have tried CPAP machines and they don't work, or is this a replacement for people who use CPAP machines right now for obstructive sleep apnea?
Well, I think CPAP therapy has been a gold standard for years, but the challenge is you do have an external apparatus that you wear, and it's difficult for people to get full benefit with the device. And so it's known that a great percentage of the patients, as much as 50%, are just unable to benefit from that therapy. And it's very important that patients with moderate to severe sleep apnea take care of their obstructive sleep apnea, because there's many causal effects from untreated sleep apnea, such as hypertension, cardiovascular disease, atrial fibrillation, diabetes, and unfortunately early mortality. So there's a great need to improve not only the quality of life that patients receive with a good night's sleep, but to address the comorbidities that could be affected by untreated. So Inspire is designed to be a therapy for those patients who are unable to benefit from CPAP. And so it's not for everybody, but we know a significant portion of the population that has been diagnosed just is not being properly treated today. And that's the target market that Inspire is going after.
We have around 1 minute left, but in general, I'm curious if this stumble has changed how you think about your product piping, timing, capital allocation, or even just your general strategy when it comes to really future launches and developing your product pipeline.
Well, I think we certainly learn as we develop new technologies. We've developed technologies in the past. In fact, we're on our 5th generation technology. The key is the clinical evidence that we're seeing, the acceptance by the healthcare providers really gives us confidence that this 5th generation system is really going to help a lot of patients. We know that we have a lot of work to do to regain investors' trust, and we're up to the challenge. We have a long history receiving approval from the FDA back in the year 2014 and have treating over 100,000 patients, but we're just getting started. We know that we're very early on in our market penetration. We're very confident in our patient outcomes, and we're committed to our patients and committed to our stakeholders, and we're leaning in to have a successful launch of 5 and many years of growth in front of us.
Are you committed to staying independent, or would you be open to being acquired by a larger company?
Well, our focus is to remain independent. Our focus is to dedicate our resources and our capital to continue to develop great technology to really help patients, drive patient outcomes. And so we're going to keep leaning in to keep driving that growth.
Tim, always appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. Well, that stock certainly won on the move today. So too are some big names in equity strategy. The latest, Christopher Harvey, head of equity strategy for Wells Fargo Securities, has left the firm after 12 years. That story by Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova, as well as Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. Alex and Isabel join me here in the studio. Alex, I'll start with you. Who is he? Big surprise that he's out at Wells Fargo? Because this is just the latest in a number of moves that we've seen in the industry over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it is quite a surprise given that he has had a 12-year tenure at Wells Fargo. He is the head of U.S. equity strategy there, Christopher Harvey. Most recently, he was known as one of the most...
자, 현재 약보합권 진입하였습니다. 약보합권에서 대응이 나오고 있습니다.
For the end of the year of 7,007,
지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Just after John Stoltzfus over at Oppenheimer, so one of the bullish strategists, most bullish strategists still. So very interesting that he's leaving. It's not quite clear yet where he is going, but there have been a lot of moves in this area among strategists. We had Jonathan Golub also moving to Seaport Research last week, and this is pretty significant right now. We have Oh-Sung Kwon replacing Christopher Harvey. He is quite young, I think one of the youngest equity strategists on the street right now.
It's so weird that I'm asking Isabel a question. She's also the co-host today. Is there something about this time of year where people moves are happening? Because Alex just mentioned like half a dozen names.
I'm not sure if it's really a time
Like,
of the
did
year.
bonuses just hit and everybody goes?
It
'Cause I
must
thought
have
that was
been.
like-
They probably hit around March.
Okay.
And people start looking to make
What's
some
going on?
changes.
But I think Alex has covered this really well. It just also speaks to how tough predicting where the S&P 500 will go throughout this whole year.
Wait,
I
the
mean,
crystal ball doesn't work all the time?
it doesn't work all the time.
Well,
but
it's barely been working at all lately. I
But
think,
Chris
for a lot of
Harvey-
Does it
people.
ever
For him,
work? Let's be honest.
No.
Like, it never
No.
works consistently for the same person.
it works if you want to
Somebody's
hear.
always closest, somebody's always right.
Yes.
But it's a
Yes.
different person every
Yes.
year.
Yeah.
It works if it's in your favor, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's
Exactly.
fun. But Alex covered all the strategists, and Chris Harvey has been one of those who really held firm in his beliefs. So he predicted the S&P 500 will close at 7,007 this year, and he held firm even amid the volatility when everyone was revising lower. And Alex really covered that well, and so he's one of those who really has conviction.
Yeah.
But it works really well. That's worked really well right now. Like, he has,
Yes.
at least recently, a really good track record.
Yeah, I mean, sticking to your guns and staying firm in your conviction looks like a really good strategy for him, because 7,000, during April looked like a really silly call, especially as a lot of his colleagues on Wall Street were capitulating, were downgrading their outlook for U.S. equities, and ultimately they had to U-turn and change course, and he looked right. He really betted on the rally in big tech specifically. He said that his bull case wasn't contingent on what happens with tariffs or the economy, but on the enormous strength of AI, and obviously that was right.
I mean, we're just shy of 6,400 on the S&P 500 right now, Alex. What are the latest updates to the end of the year number as we get fully into the third quarter of the year?
Yeah, they've been kind of all over the place. They range to as high as 7,100. I think the lower ones fall into the 5,000. So there really is some divergence in views. Some people think that the tariffs will catch up to the economy and corporate earnings, but a lot of people think that we can keep riding this momentum. I would say the overarching view right now is some near-term volatility, given September is just a historically terrible month for stocks. I think over the last 25 years, it's been down about 1.5% on average. But in general, then you kind of, that paves the way for a fourth quarter rally. We usually do see strength into the end of the year, so we could keep going higher. A lot of people think that the expectation for rate cuts, strong earnings, AI will keep moving us.
The Santa Claus rally is how we call it back home in the Philippines.
We're already talking about the end of the year.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
gosh, I love Christmas.
Better get those vacation requests in for the holidays.
Exactly.
Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News Equities reporter. Check out her reporting on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stenevec with Isabel Lee, and we're joined by Bloomberg News Equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, what is moving?
Yeah, so I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD. They agreed to pay 15% of their revenues from Chinese AI chip sales to the U.S. government. This is a really unusual deal that threatens to set a precedent for how American companies do business in China. For NVIDIA, that share will come from sales of its H20 AI accelerator in China. President Donald Trump said this to reporters earlier today. And for AMD, it will deliver the same share of sales from its MI308 chip. This is according to what sources were telling Bloomberg. Trump said that he originally told NVIDIA that it would be 20%, but he negotiated a little deal. Those are his words, not mine. And the arrangement reflects his efforts to engineer a financial payout for America consistently over and over. We've seen that he's been open to negotiations as long as it favors, the U.S.
What about GM? What's going on there?
Yeah, so GM is actually bringing back some of its former employees from its defunct Cruise autonomous vehicle effort. They're trying to develop a new driverless car, but right now they will actually focus on personal cars versus robo-taxis. The plan was detailed to employees in a meeting on August 6th by Sterling Anderson. This is the former Tesla autopilot chief who joined GM earlier this year. I'm kind of excited about this one, guys, because I don't know how to drive a car.
You're such a New Yorker.
I'm such a New Yorker, so I'm very eager
You could
to have
live
driverless
here and
vehicles.
London. I don't know where else
Exactly.
you could live.
Yeah,
Definitely
there
nowhere
are
else
very
in the
few
US.
places in the U.S.
Yeah.
where I can live without a car.
I don't have a good segue here. Maybe self-driving cars good for people who use cannabis.
Yeah, that was perfect, Tim.
Cannabis-linked companies.
Yeah, cannabis-linked companies are on a tear today. This is after President Trump said that he was considering reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug, giving the sector a much-needed boost. If you look at some of the companies in this sector, Village Farms International, this is a greenhouse production firm, up as much as 42%, maybe even more right now, I haven't checked. Tilray Brands, Canopy Growth, Aurora Cannabis, all of these stocks soaring double digits. The Wall Street Journal actually first reported on Friday that Trump spoke to cannabis reclassification in a private fundraising event. Cannabis is actually currently labeled as a Schedule I drug, so it's in the same category as things like heroin and LSD, and they just want to make it less serious, I guess.
All right, there it is. Alexandra Semenova, Bloomberg News Equities reporter. And for more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. I'm Tim Stenevec. We've got a great program continuing on Bloomberg Radio. Molly Smith is stopping by in just a minute. If you're sticking on TV, the close.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Restoring Washington, D.C. back to what he called a gleaming capital. Here's Stacey Lynn.
The president says he's placing the D.C. Police Department under federal control and deploying the National Guard to make the nation's capital safer. He says they'll be getting the homeless out.
Getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city.
Also out.
We have slums here. We're getting rid of them.
Attorney General Pam Bondi on who will be in charge of the new operation.
Terry Cole is going to be supervising the Metro Police Department. Gadi Saralta, our U.S. Marshal, is going to be supervising command and control.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump was asked by reporters today about his Friday meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin and whether Ukraine's President Zelensky has been left out of the process.
I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need.
A federal judge has ruled transcripts of secret grand jury testimony in the case against Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend will not be released. There's been an explosion at a U.S. steel plant near Pittsburgh. One person is dead, two are unaccounted for. Clairton Mayor Richard Latanzi.
And some people possibly injured, maybe critically, and my heart goes out to them and their family.
Texas Republicans were going to try again today to convene the state legislature and redraw congressional districts to satisfy President Trump. CBS's Hunter Woodall reports the longer the standoff continues, the broader it's become politically.
Democrats across the nation are continuing to build attention and pressure about what's going on. It really has galvanized Democrats as they try and build momentum to the 2026 midterms, where this map in Texas could actually prove to be a major issue.
Texas Democratic lawmakers remain outside the state to deny the quorum. After a weekend of heavy rain and storms throughout the Central Plains and Midwest, there's more on the way. Meteorologist Jessica Birch is tracking.
Severe storm outlooks issued for those areas. Northern Texas, most of the state of Oklahoma, northern parts of Missouri, too, as storms continue to grow in size throughout the afternoon hours.
Tropical storm Erin has formed in the eastern tropical Atlantic. A heat wave continues to grip parts of Europe. In southern France, it hit 109 degrees. It's that country's second heat wave this summer. It's expected to last all week. The UK is also
현재 매도 증시권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow is
자,
off
수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 장 마감까지 약 1시간 앞두고 있습니다. 장 마감 전에 수익 청원할 수 있도록 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
A British singer who was widely hailed but had limited commercial success has died.
They called Terry Reid Super Lungs. The story goes he turned down Led Zeppelin when it was forming to focus on his solo career. He got praise from Aretha Franklin. He opened for the Rolling Stones on their 1969 tour. Reed's records never cracked the top 150 of the Billboard 200. A documentary tried to size up his impact.
The biggest surprise is that Terry didn't make it as a big star.
His family says Terry Reid died of cancer complications.
자, 약수익권 진입하였습니다. 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
90s era dial-up internet will vanish from thousands of holdout American homes in September. AOL is shutting it down. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Do you know how America
This
became the
is
best
Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset Team. She's in for Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec on this Monday, August 11th. Earlier today, President Trump announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops, escalating his push to exert power over the nation's capital. Right now, let's go to the nation's capital to hear from the city's mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Which is why we have seen a huge decrease in crime because of those efforts. We have been able to reverse that 2023 crime spike. This year, crime isn't just down from 2023, it's also down from 2019, before the pandemic, and we're at a 30-year violent crime low. We're not satisfied. We haven't taken our foot off the gas, and we continue to look for ways to make our city safer. We know, however, as most have heard from the president's press conference, that he has prerogatives in D.C. unlike anywhere else in the country, including his authority given by our home rule charter to require the mayor, to require me to supply services of the Metropolitan Police Department. And he also has control and the ability to deploy the National Guard. But let me be clear, as our home rule charter is also clear, and the president's executive order restates. Chief Pamela Smith is the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, and its 3,100 members work under her direction. The Home Rule Charter requires the mayor to provide the services of MPD during special conditions of an emergency, and we will follow the law. Though there's a question about the subjectivity of that declaration. In fact, the chief has already provided a high-level liaison and point of contact with the federal government and made those initial contacts. The executive order is also clear that the president has delegated his authority to make requests of us to Attorney General Pam Bondi. I have reached out to Attorney General Bondi and hope to schedule a meeting soon. My message to residents is this. We know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many Washingtonians before me advocate for full statehood for the District of Columbia. We are American citizens. Our families go to war. We pay taxes and we uphold the responsibilities of citizenship. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised. I can say to DC residents that we will continue to operate our government in a way that makes you proud. We will balance our budgets. We will deploy our services. Our kids are going to start school on August 25th. And we will work with the federal government to do the things that they should do for our city, including making sure that we have the judges that we need, including making sure that all federal parks are supported, not just with law enforcement, but with other clean and safe activities, and including making sure that our economy is supported by rational federal actions as it relates to the federal workforce, federal workers, and federal property in the District of Columbia. So with that, I want to ask Chief Smith to talk about her interactions with the federal forces, federal police and law enforcement that have been engaged in the district over the last several days. and the strategy that she thinks would be important while we have additional federal police officers.
That's Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C. Right now, coming up to speak is Pamela A. Smith, the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia.
Support the executive order, and one of the roles that I have is to ensure that we work very collaboratively with our federal partners. I know that most of us know in this room, and those of you that are watching on television, that the efforts of the federal law enforcement officers began in our city on Thursday night. I met with the director of the U.S. Marshal, who has been at that point overseeing the operational component of how the federal resources will be allocated and deployed around our city. With that conversation, it was very, very important for me to ensure that not only do we work collaboratively with our federal partners, but we offer up areas across our city where we can work with them in areas where we know that we want to reduce crime. And so that was the effort on yesterday. We spent roughly about an hour just kind of planning and talking through what that's going to look like. On the heels of the announcement from the president today regarding the executive order and my directive from the mayor is that we will begin more intense planning efforts after I leave this press conference. I've also met with one of the other liaisons that have been assigned to work with the U.S. Marshal, along with myself, regarding the efforts around the city for how we will allocate resources. What I will say is this. Our relationship with our federal partners is not new. We do this on a daily basis. We are very, very, very much in tune to having federal law enforcement officers working with us on our Capital Area Regional Task Force. Our federal partners work with us, especially on some of our warrant executions. They work very, very closely with us with our Violent Crime Suppression Division, and it is my intent and my police department's intent to continue those efforts. What you will see is an enhanced presence. The second thing that's really important to me, and I'm speaking directly to our community, is that we have a relationship with our community that is very important to us, our community members. And so having our Metropolitan Police Department working alongside of our federal partners who have come into the city to really help us assess and deal with the crime, that some of the crime spikes that we have, we will work alongside them, but intentionally, we want to make sure that our community understands that we are there. We're going to be boots on the ground. If you see something, again, say something. We value those relationships, our community members, and I want to say thank you for all the work that you've done with the Metropolitan Police Department up to this point. Those relationships are very, very important to us, and we want to continue to build upon that and continue to enhance that. I'll turn it back over to Mayor Bowser now.
Okay, we'll take a few questions, and I'm joined by members of my public safety team, including Deputy Mayor Appiah and Chief John Donnelly. Yes, please identify yourself.
Mayor Bowser, Campbell Roberts from the New York Times. Do you think this was inevitable, or do you think there are things that the city could have done or the city council to prevent the mistake from coming?
This is
자, 현재 목표 수익권은 도달하였습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고
I can't answer that question, and
수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
That you're familiar with the rhetoric about the city and how long it goes back, and we also know that we're not experiencing a spike in crime, but a decrease in crime. Yep.
We're listening to a press conference with the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. As a reminder, President Trump earlier today announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there. Let's go back to the press conference.
Indicate otherwise. So the chief of police reports through the deputy mayor to the mayor of the District of Columbia. And the two people I think that were identified in the presser report to Attorney General Bondi. The executive order makes clear that all requests for MPD services, the president delegates to Attorney General Bondi. I don't recall the names. Yes.
The Metropolitan Police Department. Where does he fit in
That was Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. She's holding a press conference. You can watch or listen to the rest of the press conference at Live Go on the Bloomberg terminal. As a reminder, President Trump earlier today announced he would take federal control of Washington, D.C.'s police department and deploy 800 National Guard troops there, escalating his push.
자, 여기서 수익청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 수익청산입니다. 수익청산 사인 드립니다. 수익청산입니다.
Tim Stanovic along with Isabel Lee from the Bloomberg News cross asset team. Carol Masser.
자, 수익청산입니다. 수익청산 사인 드립니다.
Heavy week. Right now if we look at the S&P 500.
자, 장마감까지 약 40분을 앞두고 있는데요. 여기서 16차 진입뷰 대기 및 트레이딩 종료 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
July inflation data we're getting tomorrow. The CPI is what I'm referring to. We're going to get PPI on Thursday, retail sales on Friday, industrial production, some sentiment data from the University of Michigan as well. Watching it all is Molly Smith. She's Bloomberg News economics editor. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Did I forget anything?
Those are the big ones. I think
Those
we're
are the
good.
big ones. What's the most important? CPI tomorrow?
Oh yeah, hands down. So that's the biggie. That will be
Not if you're the Fed, though. You don't care about CPI, right?
Oh, well, they do. I mean, it's not, of course, their preferred inflation measure. That's called the PCE, the Personal Consumptions Expenditures Price Index. It's a lot lengthier to pronounce, but they prefer the PCE. But the thing is, PCE draws a lot from CPI. So we do care what that has to say, as well as what PPI has to say, which also feeds into the PCE. And I think that should do it on acronyms for now.
We'll get to more, don't worry.
But at least for that sentence. But yeah, the CPI tomorrow, so that's going to be for the July inflation data. And it looks like we're going to see what economists are expecting more signs of tariff pass-through in some of those key goods categories, as well as some pickup in services costs. So,
자, 여기서 추가적인 매도세 가능성이 있다고 판단되지만 조금 더 지켜보고 16차 진입뷰 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 16차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 16차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
That would be just really bad news for the Fed to see that this is really not just a tariff story if broader inflation is picking up.
So based on your reporting, how much of tariff is really motivating inflation?
So it's been, I mean, I think we got the clearest sign in the June CPI, which that didn't affect the headline number so much, but when we looked at some of those key goods categories of, you know, goods that are commonly imported, like toys and appliances and electronics, that those were, you know, noticeably firmer in June, and that's what we're looking for in this report as well as some other goods categories to flag also. So that's where, you know, it's been a little bit tricky then to decide like how much are tariffs really impacting inflation. Is it just going to be in some of these goods categories, but you have these other dynamics that are keeping overall inflation in check? Like how much of that does that we want to, of course, look at inflation as a whole for the Fed's perspective, but they also want to know how persistent any of this is going to be and how broad the impacts will be.
Well, Jay Powell has talked about it being a one-time hit and inflationary in the sense of, yes, it'll happen one time, but then you won't necessarily see the sustained price increases year after year from tariffs. Is that generally what economists believe too?
I think there's still a bit of a split opinion about how this is going to happen because there hasn't really been consistency as to how companies are responding with their pricing strategies. And
자, 16차 여기서 다시 한번 매도 진입 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 매도입니다. 진입가 664.75입니다. 664.75. 자, 매도 진입입니다. 664.75에 매도 진입입니다.
But we still have, you know, perhaps there's going to be a truce now with China extended for another 3 months. Like, and a lot of these companies are sitting here looking at their
자,
pricing
장마감까지 약
strategies.
40분 앞두고 있습니다.
Antagonize their customers more than they need to.
자,
Maybe
매도
let's see, can we hold off,
5개야.
only raise prices once we
천천히
really know what's
지켜보면서
going on,
대응이
but
나가도록
who knows
하겠습니다.
how long that's going to take and how long we can wait in the meantime.
What about the Fed? We have reporting that shows that the search has been expanded to 3 more qualified candidates.
So this is for the Fed chair you're talking about.
Fed chair.
Yes. So so Jay Powell's term doesn't end until next May, and that's really what's been a lot of the news going on at the Fed lately of who's going to be replacing Powell. Of course, Trump has taken huge aim at Powell personally for why the Fed hasn't lowered interest rates yet. It's not just Powell, though, who, is in the camp of had been wanting to hold rates steady. Of course, we had 2 Fed governors dissent at the meeting last month, but it seems like there is more of a camp maybe now emerging that interest rates cuts are needed after seeing that weak July jobs report. So, I mean, there's just so much at the Fed, though, in terms of we had then a Fed governor also resign shortly after that jobs report. And there's going to be a temporary seat to fill in the meantime. A lot of personnel changes over there. But yes, obviously looking very closely at who's next after Powell.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty wild to have that. You were here with us on that Friday when all of this was happening.
It was a scary day.
Was it?
Yeah, I mean, so that was the Friday of the jobs report, you mean? Right. So that was 8:30 in the morning. And then the crazy downward revisions, obviously really substantial. That was wild. And then it was almost 2, and I'm thinking, okay, I can probably go to the bathroom now. I can probably get lunch now.
No.
But let me come back to my desk first, just before I go heat up my lunch. And that's when he fired the BLS commissioner. So it was not in fact time to get lunch yet. And then the Kugler news, that was the Fed governor who resigned, that came out shortly after the BLS chief being fired. So yeah, it was a busy day.
So I want to start with the BLS chief being fired and what could happen to the organization and to the quality of data. Because even before this happened, you had written about the quality of data here in the United States and how it's typically held up as the gold standard. Statistics Canada is really good. We know New Zealand has really good data as well. And it's kind of seen by a lot of outsiders as a competitive advantage. Is that data going to remain good here in the US?
And that's certainly the hope. And as of right now, there's no reason to think that it won't. I think where economists get nervous, though, is that this has historically been both the position of BLS commissioner as well as BLS as an institution, very nonpartisan and independent and free of politics. And they're now worried that because Trump has accused the previous commissioner of manipulating the data for political reasons, that perhaps there is now going to be, there's reason to think that there's political interference in the numbers, which, again, under McIntyre's tenure, there certainly was no suspicion, and Trump's claims are completely without evidence and very much unfounded.
The person who heads up the group, though, isn't the one who actually determines the number.
No, this is an agency of about 2,000 people around the country, and a lot of these processes don't involve the commissioner, let alone a whole lot of people, period. This is very computerized, programmed process that the data collectors are largely responsible for inputting the numbers into a system that will then, aggregate it all together across the country, across all the different categories, whether we're talking about jobs or inflation, whatever it may be, and is then analyzed and presented to the commissioner once the numbers are finalized. So the commissioner really has no part in how these reports are assembled. They see the numbers at the very end, and then we'll brief the president's team the night before a big report comes out. So that'll be happening sometime later today for when Trump's economic team is going to tell him what's in the CPI report for tomorrow.
Okay, keep that in mind ahead of tomorrow's report, and of course ahead of the August number, which we will get in September for payrolls. That is Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's get a check on the day's trade and top business stories because we are under 40 minutes to the close. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. We've got 37 minutes. And yes, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are lower right now. Back to work Monday. Stocks selling off. S&P down 7 now. Drop there of just about 0.1%. So the S&P at 63.81. Dow Industrials right now at 43,998. The Dow down 0.4%. Nasdaq down 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index, though, holding on to a gain of 0.2%. The 10-year 4.27% with the 2-year 3.75%. Gold is now down $45 the ounce, down 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 64.05 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, Wall Street refraining from making big bets ahead of tomorrow morning's CPI report. Recapping, S&P down 6, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for the update, Charlie Pellet. Well, a biotech turned financial firm is seeking to raise up to $1.5 billion in a deal that would transform it into a stockpiler of a Trump-tied crypto token, offering a new ballast to a project that financially benefits the president's family. We're talking about Alt5 Sigma Corp. It's a Las Vegas-based company that swerved from chronic pain treatment into crypto payments. They said this in a statement today, that they're selling shares to raise money to buy World Liberty financial tokens. It's a virtual asset tied to the family of President Donald Trump. Annie Massa is a Bloomberg News wealth reporter. She's reported extensively on the Trump family's business interests, from crypto to real estate and more. She joins us from New York. Annie, I want to start with Alt5 Sigma. Before reading this story today, I'd never heard of this company, even when they did chronic pain treatment. Now they're doing crypto payments. What more can you tell us?
You're not alone in that. Alt5 Sigma is a company that's pivoted, as you said, from biotech now into cryptocurrencies. But the reason that it matters is because it's involved in yet another Trump family related crypto token. So the company is one of really a constellation of different companies that have turned themselves into stockpilers of virtual assets. The reason we care in this case is because it's stockpiling a token affiliated with World Liberty Financial, which is a company that President Trump's family has been involved in since the beginning, along with the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff's family as well.
Can we take a step back and can you just run us through what categories are the way in which Donald Trump and his family really makes money out of this administration?
There are a few different money-making endeavors that the president and his family have embarked on really since the beginning of his reelection campaign, and they're in all different sorts of areas. One is cryptocurrency, as we see with the news today, but this has been a constant through this second Trump administration.
자, 이제 실시간 대응 이어가고 있습니다. 자, 매도, 진입권, 수익권에서 대응이 이루어지고 있습니다.
Earning money in his first administration. You've seen the president who really was once a crypto skeptic and once said that Bitcoin seems like a scam. He's pivoted his position and has become a crypto entrepreneur in some ways of his own. And his family is involved in various crypto projects. World Liberty Financial is just one. There's a meme coin that bears Trump's name that was announced in his inaugural weekend, and his son Eric and Don Jr. are involved in an array of other projects. So that you have crypto, but then you still have the family real estate company, and you have advisory positions that his sons have taken on. So these are the different types of ways that the Trump family, the new ways in some ways that the Trump family has continued to earn money in President Trump's second term.
But Donald Trump is certainly not the first president to really profit from presidency. A lot of
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 수익 청원 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다.
Trump may or may not be different from all of them. For one, we have definitely seen his net worth soar.
Well, it's true that it's not unusual to see a president leave office of either party leave office and, for example, sign a huge book deal. That's certainly something you've seen in the past. What's different here is the range and in some ways the specific industries that we're seeing involved. So crypto is one that's really come into focus because President Trump has taken, has explicitly said that he'd like to enacted to kind of ease up on regulation of the cryptocurrency industry while his family is involved in various crypto projects. What the White House says is that there aren't any conflicts of interest here, and that the president has never engaged in conflicts of interest. And as far as his family goes, his sons have said that they've always been businessmen, and this is no different. But the relationship between how regulations shape a nascent industry like cryptocurrency, while you have the president's family involved in various projects in it, is really what's drawing attention.
How do the various members of the family find themselves involved? We've heard from Donald Trump Jr., and he was on Bloomberg a few weeks ago. I've interviewed Eric Trump as part of what he's been doing on crypto. But where do they operate in terms of
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산입니다. 장 마감 시간 얼마 남지 않아서 여기서 수익 청산 후 트레이딩 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산입니다. 자, 금일 트레이딩이 16초까지 진행이 되었습니다. 장 초반 예상과 다른 시장 전개로 인하여 긴 대응이 이루어졌지만 장 마감 수익권 마무리하게 되었습니다. 자, 긴 대응간 다들 수고 많으셨습니다. 자, 트레이딩은 여기서 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
And there are companies that have begun to stockpile virtual assets that they're involved in as well. So you've seen them fan out across the industry in various.
장 마감까지 추가적으로 나오는 뉴스는 정리해서 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 이게 장 마감 때 금일 있었던 뉴스 자료들 정리해서 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 긴 대응간 다들 수고 많으셨습니다. 장 마감 앞으로 30분 남았습니다. 장 마감까지 모두들 화이팅입니다. 트레이딩은 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
The Trump Organization has an outside ethics council that they've appointed. That role has changed over, but they have that, and there are guardrails in place. The question is how far up to the line any president is willing to go with those guardrails, and how willing they are to test the boundaries, and that has been the focus of questions in this administration.
Oh, so okay. So, is there pushback? It's hard to. There are a lot of things that we could say like unprecedented, and as Isabel said, and as you've explained in Big Takes and in the Big Take podcast that you did with Max Abelson and David Gura, which everybody should go and listen to. It was really good. You talked about the idea that presidents have monetized post-presidency before, and the difference is what President Trump did before he was president and in between his administrations as well. Is there any pushback at this point meaningful pushback from Congress? Because what you've described in some of your reporting, and Max has as well.
자, 트레이딩은 여기서 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 장 마감까지 나오는 속보 및 뉴스들은 정리해서 실시간으로 올려드리도록 하겠습니다.
That have really taken on a new role and a different life in the last few months.
That's right. Just to be clear, the Trump Organization, of course, existed in the first Trump presidency. What's different this time is there's a break. In his first presidency, the Trump Organization said it wouldn't pursue new foreign deals. That's changed this time around with a pivot to saying the organization won't pursue deals directly with foreign governments. So there has been a shift. And indeed, you've seen since Trump's re-election, new deals announced abroad, including in the Middle East and in all over India. And these this is just simply a different approach in his second term. As far as pushback goes, congressional Democrats have worked to shine a light on some of these crypto projects. Even among the Republican Party, there have been voices that have spoken out against certain aspects of the Trump family's crypto endeavors, including a dinner that was offered up to top holders of the president's meme coin. As far as unified pushback, or as far as one major source of pushback, there are groups that have kind of resisted in some ways, but I wouldn't say that there's any one single source of resistance at this moment. It's come from different pockets and around different aspects, because these businesses and interests are really just are so wide and across so many varied industries.
Annie Massa, Bloomberg News wealth reporter. She's reported extensively on the Trump family's business interests. Check out her reporting on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Annie, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Taking a look at markets right now, as we do get just about 25 minutes to the close of U.S. equity trading. The S&P 500 down, we can round that up to 0.2%, as is the NASDAQ composite. Volume a little light today. The Dow down 0.4%. Coming up next, we're driving to the close with Lawrence and Filippo next.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all in the red. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. So right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading lower in a quiet tape. The Dow is currently down 177 points. S&Ps are down 10, while the NASDAQ declines by 45. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.27%. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green.
자, 정규 트레이딩은 종료되었습니다. 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 5개와 기준 약 1,835만원 수익권 형성하면서 여기서 트레이딩은 종료되었습니다.
Leaders were consumer discretionary and healthcare. Energy was under pressure. And in the EV space, GM plans a new driverless car push. In the tech space, Micron jumped after raising its sales and earnings outlook. And in other news, CNBC reported that Trump has extended the China tariff truce for another 90 days. Wrapping things up, electronic arts jumped as much as 5% to a new all-time high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Look at that, Isabel. We are 22 minutes. No. Wow. We're 18 minutes away.
18 minutes.
Time flies when you're having fun. From the
Super
close.
fun.
Close of equity trading. We've got a special guest here in the studio. Lauren Sanfilippo is here. She's senior investment strategist for Maryland Bank of America Private Bank. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I want to start with just where we are on valuations, because I think by many measures, people would argue that stocks are expensive right now. What would you say to somebody who said, I want to hold off because things are a little pricey?
I get that a lot actually from clients wondering like if this
긴 대응과 잘 수고 많으셨습니다. 트레이딩 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 종료합니다. 이길 나스닥 트레이딩에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
The most expensive in the market are kind of rationalizing those valuations right now. I mean, that AI story needs to come through, and it's really a, we're thinking about the productivity gains in the out years. And
was the AI story come through on stocks that are not the Mag 7 yet?
So I don't think we're there yet. That's why I think we're actually in the early innings, right, of this whole AI build out.
Markets seem to have shrugged off tariff headlines lately. Do you think that's complacency, or have investors rightly moved on from trade risks as the driver when it comes to market performance or underperformance?
On the tariff front, things are a lot better than they were at one point this year, right around April, right? But an effective tariff rate of 18 to 20% instead of 2%, what we came in this year, having for an effective tariff rate, is obviously an escalation. Now we have the 90-day tariff truce, whatever you want to call it, with China. So we're going to kick the can down the road once more, I think, on this.
Which truce are you talking about?